All right, what's going on, all you decoders out there around the world, wherever you may be? A little surprise coming on here doing a live last minute. I like doing a lot of things last minute improv, and I just was like, I haven't gone on and talked straight live decoding with all you great minds out there, so I figured I'd pop on, and here we are. So welcome out. Let's talk decoding number 4. 4 meaning the cube, the box, the square. All of you, when you see the number 4, 4 means the cube, Pandora's box. It's squaring the circle. So many different layers to just the number itself, 4. Any number, 3, 4, 5, but this is Let's Talk Decoding number 4. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome out. And I'm just going to go through your comments. Thanks for joining me tonight, wherever you are. It's 8:30 p.m. here on Central Standard Time, coming to you live from the great country of Mexico. I am in Puerto Morelos, same town as the great Santos Bonacci. Lives just 5 minutes down the street. That's how blessed I am. Get to hang out with that guy. And the Syncretism Society, big shout out to Santos and company with the Syncretism. Danny's coming back soon, so that's going to be nice. So big shout out to all the great instructors at the Syncretism Society and all those that were Ricardo, and we have a new admin on board. We have some new people, so it's nice to see. And then big shout out to, in no particular order, of course, my main man, Jordan. Great Jordan over at Waters Above Crypto. If you're a crypto fan and you want to learn how to learn all that stuff, he's the guy to go to. He's got his courses. Go take his course. He's just a stand-up guy, man. Just a great dude. So go support his channel. Big shout out to Jason from Jason Brashears from Archaics.com and Archaics YouTube channel. Please go check out his channel. He's been climbing the ladder as he should be. He's got a lot of subscribers that have jumped in the last month because of all the great research that he's doing. I have another live podcast with Jason on June 1st, same time, 7:30 as we did the last one, Central Standard Time. That means it'll be 5:30 Eastern, 6:30 Eastern, and then it would be 5:30 Pacific. So those of you that missed the first one live, hopefully we don't get any. Last one we had a little bit of a delay. I'm going to try to correct that. But if there's a delay, I'll end up taking the live down and putting up the recorded version. But nonetheless, join us on June 1st for another live episode of the Simulation Theory Part 2. And man, let me tell you, I have found so many nuggets based upon the first one, the information. And I have to find the person because it's worth mentioning this person because they gave me a massive clue to the 138. And I may show that tonight. We'll see. But a great decoder had thrown out something about astrology, and that was it for me. And I can't wait to show Jason Brashears because he doesn't really do astrology, but when I show this to him and the rest of the world that's following in the simulation theory, it will show all of you how the astrology and that platform has its hands in the cookie jar. It has its say in all this. And oh man, was it a freaking gem. It was a gem. So I'm looking forward to sharing that with all of you. I have a few sneak peeks tonight. I'm just going to improv this like I always do. I'm going to show a couple sneak peeks on the Phoenix and the Society of Jesus. We're going to do 4 slides on that. I've been working on that presentation. I have pretty much all the information I need to put it together. I just got to make the slides, and it's a lot of research. Kind of going all the way back to the history of that story and then compiling it all together to make it flow nice to deliver to all of you great decoders so you could see it in a really nice pattern. It'll flow good. And that's, then getting artistic with it and all that stuff. So let's get into some of your comments. Am I drinking wine? No, I am not. I just had an absolutely amazing big ass salad with cucumbers, green peppers, garlic, some quinoa in there. Pretty much have a salad every day. I'm talking a big one. A whole head of green leaf lettuce, and then a whole cucumber, a whole pepper, couple raw cloves of garlic, and some quinoa. So that's what I just had. Is Jason the guy with the beard? No, Jason is from Archaics. His name is Jason Bashirs. His YouTube channel is Archaics. If you look in the comments, some people have already put it in there. Multiverse, I never knew. Yeah, that's right. There's I got this tattoo. So again, we're talking, let's decode this as well. I mean, I got this tattoo. There's many reasons why I got it. The little voice in my head told me to get it. But I was born on a Sunday. And I told this story, I'll tell it really quick because I know a lot of you have heard this one before, but just to show you how my life's scripted. So I was in San Miguel de Allende, which is central Mexico, 3 hours north of Mexico City. It's almost like if you put a bullseye in the middle of the country, that's where San Miguel de Allende. It's a beautiful town. I loved it there. It's in the mountains. It's higher elevation than Denver, Colorado. It's just an amazing, culturistic, rich town. And right before I left to come here, to move here, I decided to get this tattoo. And I went to the tattoo parlor that I felt compelled to go to, and it was called Clandestine Tattoo. And I went there, just showed up, thinking maybe I could get the tattoo that day. I mean, it's a pretty simple tattoo. Nope, they had to book me in. And so the day that they booked me in was on May 26th. Never forget it, that's the day I got it. And the card on May 26th was this card right here. It's the 19th card in the deck, this one. Which in the tarot, it's this one, which means victory. And the 19th card, even though that's the minor arcana, the major arcana, the 19th card, and this was the humor, right? This was the humor and kind of how my script goes and continually keeps showing up in my life. And it's just hilarious, my life. And I just laugh at it, and I'm so grateful for it. But I know a lot of you already know this, but those of you that are new, but this is the 19th card. So I get the sun on my hand, I get the tattoo on the day, that's the 6 of clubs, but it's the 19th card, and this is the 19th card in the major arcana. And then the guy that tattoos me, which again, I didn't pick him, they picked him for me. His name was Leo. And Leo in astrology is ruled by the sun. So there you have it. That's my little script story of, it's just ridiculous. That's the comedy of my life. So when people tell me, oh, we're not living in a scripted reality. Well, I have so many, this is just one. So many I could show you. So there you have it. Thanks for the comments. Thanks for showing up here. Jonathan Jimenez, that you're dope. Thank you so much for the compliments. I appreciate each and every one of you. Even if you're here and you're a hater, because I know I do have probably some haters in the audience just because they want to come here and get information. It's all good. Nice, Cherokee. That's my card, 6 of clubs. So the 6 of clubs is my karma card. Of all cards too, right? So my card, most of you have 4 primary cards, 4 of them. And then you got your planetary ruler, and it's just 4 primary cards. You got your ego card. And then your ego card. So if Cherokee, if this is your birth card, then you're going to have a card that's attached to that as your ego card. I mean, as your spirit card. Otherwise known as what I call your handler card. You have spirit and matter. Matter is ego. This would be your ego card. This is my karma card. This is my karma receiving card, by the way, as well. We have a karma receiving card, and then we have a karma giving card. So these 4 cards, they all form like a boomerang shape. And it starts where you receive karma. Someone maybe come into your life, or you receive some kind of karma from something else. on a day that may land with your karma cards, and then it flows through your ego card and through your handler card, and then out at the end as your card, and it forms a loop. That's how these cards work. And there's 3 cards that don't have that. Well, actually, there's more than 3, but there's other cards in the deck, like the 2 of Hearts and the Ace of Clubs and the Ace of, and the King of Spades and the Jack of Hearts and the 8 of Clubs, 7 of Diamonds and the 9 of Hearts. These don't have, those are the only exceptions, those cards that don't have the 4 primary loop cards. Have you ever heard of IFA or EFOD, Nature's Binary Code? I haven't heard of that. I don't even know what that is. I may have, I just don't really recognize the abbreviations. So Ann Edwards, how do I find my, let me show all of you that. Let me digress. Let me share my screen and show all of you that are interested in, let me go to display capture, bam. And here's the boilerplate chart for the cards of illumination. And this here to the right is where your ego card is going to sit. Your birth card, your birthday card. And then just to the left here on this side, this is where your handler / spirit card is, which rules over your ego card / life card. So what you do is you locate your card on this side. Let's just use the dead bullseye center of the chart, the 10 diamonds card. This is the Jupiter card. So you have Jupiter right here running this line right here horizontally. And then we have the planets down here at the bottom, and they run them vertically. So Jupiter has, all these cards are going to have a main card they're linked to. So this is the Jupiter card. The 9 of Hearts is the Saturn card. The King Clubs is the Uranus card. And the Queen Hearts is the Neptune card. And then you have your Mars card, Venus card, and Mercury card. So, and this is on the ego side. So what you're going to do to find your 4 cards is that, and if you don't have these charts, if you don't have this chart, just send me an email and I'll send it to you. My email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Really simple. Request it. Please put a name though. Okay? Just say who you are and then just pay it forward. Not asking for anything in return. But if this is your birth card, the 10 diamonds, well, then all you have to do is come over to the handler side and find the same card in the same spot, and bam, there it is. The Queen Clubs. And I'll just remind all of you, these are the 2 main cards of the creator of The Simpsons, Matt Groening. This is the Jupiter card. So think about what I just told you. Now, at the bottom of these cards, they all have, the majority of them will have 2 different cards. These are the karma cards. Or at least the one to the left is. So this one right here, the one to the left, is going to be the card that the Queen of Clubs finally dumps its energy into. The 3 of Hearts, which is the card of celebration. And then the 10 diamonds is going to go right back here to attach to the 10 diamonds. And then you'll see the Queen of Clubs there. So the 10 diamonds gives to the Queen of Clubs, and the Queen of Clubs gives to the 3 of Hearts. But then you have the karma receiving card, which is right here. It's the Queen of Spades. So the Queen of Spades feeds the 10 of diamonds. And what's interesting is this is the 51st card in the deck. 51. And you just take alchemy. These cards connect. That's why this system is so powerful. These cards connect to the periodic table. And this Queen of Spades, tied to the Queen Bee, that all the worker bees work for, not just this one, the Queens, but it's the 51st card in the deck. It's tied to the element antimony. And if you've been paying attention, antimony is the all-seeing eye. So the all-seeing eye feeds the 10 diamonds. 10 diamonds is in the bull eye center of this chart. It's the Jupiter card, and it's the 36th card in the deck, and the word operating is 36, like operating system. So what operates our reality? The all-seeing eye inside your brain, what you're observing and giving energy to, which is the little voice in your head. It feeds the 10 diamonds. The 10 is the binary system. And then in turn, it will feed another queen. Notice there's 2 pocket queens here. And this is the 25th card in the deck, tied to the element manganese and tied to the number 54. And then you go back over here and then you have the Queen of Clubs and it feeds the 3 of Hearts, which is the 3rd card in the deck. 3 is tied to pi, 3.1. This is tied to the element lithium. Lithium is given to people that have brain issues. Think about what I just told you. That's why these cards are so beautifully orchestrated into nature and the elements, the Elohim on the periodic table. Okay, so that's how that works. So I hope that helped you. I'm going to be coming out with a course. I'm going to probably do it for free. It's going to be a basic course on the cards of illumination. Now, my friend Sharon Jeffers, who's been reading the cards for over 30 years, this is how she gave me this book. This is my book, my guidebook. You know, I've predicted the last 3 Super Bowls. And this past one and the year before, I got both of them right. And I got the 3-point spread right. I just didn't have the total score right. And I used, part of it was this. I am not going to show anybody this system. I'm not interested in giving this to help you gamble and make money. So I'm just letting all of you know that. You could figure it out on your own. Like I figured it out on my own. Sharon did. My friend Sharon, who's been reading the card, she didn't teach me this. I figured it out myself. Taught myself to learn, because every year these cards move. Here, this is chart number 45, and then you have chart number 46, and every year there's a planet that rules it. But when these cards move around, you can find out players, like sports players and their birthdays, and like there's a lot of moving parts. You can't just go like, oh, that's the default. Oh, no. It's a lot that goes into this. But I don't try to predict the future with it. No, I'm not interested in that. I try to live in the gift, the present moment. But what we should be doing with this is learning about ourselves. And this, the beauty in this, when I do a reading, I use this. The beauty in this is figuring out what age you are, going to the age that matches on the spread, and then finding your birth card in here, and then finding the surrounding cards. And then you can tell. You can get a roundabout idea of what kind of energy you're going to be living through as you go through these selected ages on your birthday and the 12 months that you go through on your solar return. So I'm going to I've been thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what, this is the first time I'm announcing, because I do a lot of improv. I'm going to probably do a free introduction to the cards, those of you that'll be interested in it, because I've already said, like, I want to build teams of 13 people, and I think this would be a good way for people to start learning. These are in nature. 52, and that's why, like, I can show you all these attached to all the events that happen, and these have been around since 13th century, 14th century, maybe, who knows? They have a lot. These are archetypes. All of these, they're all alive. They all have energy to them, just like you do. You have your name and your beliefs and the things you've adopted as your beliefs, and then you become you. Well, these have numbers attached to them and archetypes based upon what they're attached to. Chakras, I mean, there's so many. That's why you can synchronize everything with all these multiple layers. You could take the tarot, and you can synchronize it with the cards, and you can synchronize it with your life and your birthday and your blueprint, your cosmic blueprint. And I got a course coming out, and it's called Life Coding, and I'm really excited to be sharing. I'm going to be really excited to share it with all of you. It's going to be very inexpensive. It'll be on under $100, pretty much affordable for everybody out there watching this. If you are a serious person about researching your life, which I hope all of you are, and those that are around you to get a better understanding of who you hang out with, this will be the course for you. So I'm going to make it affordable for pretty much anybody's budget. I'm not being stingy or greedy. I mean, I've got many decades of time in this, really, because if I go back and I look at where I started, I have a lot of time invested in this system, and I'm ready to deliver it, and it's going to really change the world. I already know it will. I'm very confident on this. But these cards are in your astrology chart. Those of you that fancy astrology, well, these are in your astrology chart. I can show you where, if you're married, exes, I can show you where your exes are, the connecting points, children. So there, it's all there in the chart. When you take this and you combine this with astrology, and then take alchemy and combine it with astrology, all of these systems, the beautiful thing is it's just one operating system, and they're all just spread out. But when you bring them all together, like putting a puzzle together, then you'll have the eyes to really see, which is why the levels of decoding that I go to, and then getting into sine and cosine waves and the measurement of numbers, and that's tied to pi, and all of these are designed to give us a better understanding and have the eyes to see the machinations of how this reality truly works. And then fear starts to disappear from your life. Roland's asking, what's your best guess as to why all of these celebrities are wearing sunglasses? It means simulation. That's my first take. I've been wearing them. It's not to mock anybody. It's to tell you. It's to tell you. It's a simulation. This reality is not real. Okay? I don't know how I really, and people are like, what are you talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, this reality is a freaking movie. We live in a soap opera. And whatever's observing us is laughing because we're the actors and actresses. And I have said this so many times, and people can't get it, but I'm not going to force, I'm not forcing anything, and I stand by what I'm telling you, just probably like you do. But when you turn on Netflix or whatever, your Hulu, or you turn on YouTube, some say, I don't watch TV, but you sit in front of your phone or YouTube. What the hell's the difference? When you turn on that black square, when you turn this on and you watch it, why do we all get emotionally involved with these characters? Like people say, oh, I'm just going to veg out and just disconnect and watch a show and have my mind, go blank and escape. You go into that reality. It's a fractal down. And these actors and actresses are just pretending. But yet you're sitting there and you're getting mad and angry and sad and crying with characters that are not even freaking, it's all make-believe. And so the same situation, I believe, is going on in our reality, is that we are inside of a movie. And your code is your script that you're following out. Just like an actor reads the script. Like, hey, read your script. Stick to the lines in the script. Now, I'm not saying you have a script to read from like an actor really does, or an actress, to memorize lines. We don't have to do that. The little voice in your head, that's your director. I just wish people would get this, because it allows you to, and then, it's like, I call up my family today, really close with my family, and they watch the news. Not my journey. I occasionally check it out, but I didn't even know. I heard about the news today, that story that happened. Now, it's not that I don't have compassion for the horrific events that happen, but you see, we all know, well, I would assume that the majority of you would know, that we don't even know if these events, and I'm not saying the one that happened today or yesterday or whatever, I'm not saying that, and I'm not being like heartless. I'm just being very just neutral with this. We don't even know if some of these events really happen. And the majority of us, I would say here, you know that some of the things that are in the news didn't really happen. So again, you go back to this movie. How do you know what's real and what's not? And then why are you giving your emotions to something that's on a screen that's not even real? Why are you getting emotionally involved? Because you can't tell the difference. So when you turn the news off and you don't watch the dirty laundry, Don Henley, one of the greatest songs I think of all time, is called Dirty Laundry. People love their dirty laundry. They love it. They love it. You can't get it. It's a drug to them. And they'll plan and wrap their mind around all this dirty laundry. That their whole life is wrapped around the dirty laundry. They allow that to dictate their life. I am living out my best life right now partly because I stopped giving my energy to the static on the world stage. The static being the mainstream garbage that I'm just not really interested in it anymore. And again, it's not like I don't have compassion. People really die, people really get killed, all that. I get all that. But then we know that there are some things that are staged. So then you go back, you take the ones that have been staged and the ones that have been real, and their energy that both of them are getting it's the same. Because people think that the staged one's real. And that's how a movie works, folks. When you turn on your favorite show on whatever it is you're watching, and you end up giving it your energy, it's the same exchange of energy as something that happens in real life, because we call it like this reality, this fractal. The one we're all sharing right now. When you give it your energy, it's the same as a movie. It's all energy exchange, all of it. There's no difference between the two. But people want to think there's a difference. That's not real. That's a television show. What the hell you think we're in? You're in a television show. What is the point of living your best life if it's just a simulation? Okay. It's very challenging to put this stuff into words. This simulation is it's a simulation through frequency, through light, and through whatever else it is made up of it. You're in a movie. Forget about saying simulation. It's a movie. And I think personally, myself, from all the years I've been doing this, and this is not because I have a course coming out or I do reading. I've been preaching this for years, way before I was doing decoding. The very best thing each and every one of us can do is decode yourself. Figure out what the hell you're doing here. I mean, I like using the song by Tool. A lot of you are Tool fans. The song off their last album. And the song's called Pneuma, which means spirit. He says, wake up, remember, we are born of one flesh. We are all born from one, the spark from the sun. Now, I'm not saying that's absolute. I'm not saying that's the authoritative statement on the world stage. But I do know that we are being ruled over by, and it ain't man that's doing it. And I'm very confident in saying that. And that's not to put fear in anybody. It's just to allow you to break free of your prison bars that you create. Because, when you turn on the TV, you end up going into your prison. You watch the mainstream, it's a prison. It's dirty laundry. Do you go sit there and rub dirty laundry all over yourself? Like, do any of you have this fantasy about taking dirty socks and rubbing them all over you? That's the same thing as what you're doing with this news. If everybody just stopped watching it, it would dissolve into nothing, because it's an archetype, and the archetype needs subscribers, it needs viewers, it needs a very simple concept called energy. That's its gas. It's really simple. And when you disembark from the static, you end up severing that cord, you take your power back. And that is your almighty juice. That is your currency. Many of you just give your currency away freely because you love your dirty laundry. So there's nothing to fear. Like, we did this with Jason from our cakes. He says, hey man, I don't fear anything. I mean, it would be different if someone stormed into my house with guns or whatever. Yeah, then my instincts would kick in. But I'm talking about, like, I have no fear of what's coming. I used to be afraid of death because I was indoctrinated by religion, majorly. Now I don't anymore. I used to get fearful by watching the mainstream. Now I don't anymore because I turned it off. Now I wake up and I can't wait to create, come on here, put out content, decode, be the tour guide, have fun with this reality. You know? So, I mean, I encourage all of you to do that. Decode yourself, decode your life, start decoding everything around you. You're going to start to see your life's one big fucking script. Who wrote the script? I don't know. I don't know who wrote it. No idea. You're like, okay, well now my research is in Sirius, and it's in Yaldabaoth, and it's in the Yod, and it's in the Tetragrammaton, and it's in Lucifer, and it's in Lucy, and it's in Sophia, and there's so many different layers to this onion, and you can't just pinpoint and say, yep, there it is. I mean, I've been saying, I used to say that. I'm like, oh my God, this is it. And then it leads me to the next thing, and I'm like, that was just surface stuff. So I don't know who wrote the script. I couldn't answer you. I couldn't tell you that. But I do know that you're being influenced. And if you want to if you want to limit your influence, if you want to minimize the influence in your eyes, in your brain, turn the static off. That's step number one. Minimize what you're being influenced by. You'll take some gas back. See, and I've said this now, many podcasts, is that when you spend an hour, 2 hours on social media, I don't know what the average is, but it's a lot. You're giving your gas away. And you're not only just giving it away by your energy exchange, but a lot of you love to write about your personal life. You just got to tell the world about what's going on in your personal life. And then you end up having people give you their magic currency, and some of it's not going to be some currency that you're going to really write home about. It's not going to be some good currency, but you're going to absorb it because you put yourself out there. Yeah, operating system. Yeah, the operating system. So we're part of the operating system. When you decode it, operating system. Let me show all of you. From the tarot, to get the picture. So we think in pictures, right? Okay. So some of you want to know. Let me show you what the cards say. So I want to just be very clear with all of you. From my research, and maybe even yours, it appears that numbers are archetypes. And they don't work alone. Okay, they team up with other numbers. Just think of it like that. Like, pretend numbers are people. Like, you go to work, you have like a team meeting. Or and you're in a cubicle, but you're all working as a team. Or whatever. Whatever you do for your work. Numbers work together with other numbers. They combine. And so when you look at the cards of illumination and then you look at the tarot, this card right here, this one, is the 36th card in the deck. It's the Jupiter card. The largest planet in the solar system is directly attached to this card. Go figure, right? And the largest planet in the solar system just so happens to have a big third eye on it. It's got the great red spot. How convenient. And this is the birth card of Matt Groening of The Simpsons, who continually predicts shit. This card is tied to the word operating, as an operating system. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. And then this card ends up going into the tarot, which is this one, the 10 of Pentacles. It's got the big X on it. This is the 74th card in the deck of the tarot, if you count the Fool as card 22. Now, these cards can be moved around and they can be changed, and this card can be actually card 73. That's why I'm saying numbers will encroach. So this card right here is the 74th, and if you've been paying attention, what is 74? It's the wolf, Wolfram. Feed the wolf. And 36 is tied to the element Krypton, which is the home of Superman. These are all clues. And Krypton is the last element in the box on the periodic table that makes up the 666. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, all the way to 36, the last card. If you add up all these numbers, 1 through 36, it equals 666. So if you want to know what the Great Beast is, it's the operating system. And it's tied to the heart chakra down to the root, which is chakras 1, 2, 3, and 4. Heart, solar plexus, sacral, root, the lower chakras. And what is down in the lower chakras? Satiation, sex, makes you feel good. Give me something in my belly to feed my dragon. My dragon's hungry. Your dragon's down in the fiery pits of hell, your lower chakras. And hell is earth. Yeah, it's heaven too, because it's duality down here. And so this 10 of Pentacles, tied to the operating system, has a counterpart to it. It has the 9 of Pentacles, card 73. Now, what I'm about to tell you is tied into nature now, because 73 and 74, they work together. You could say they're best buddies. This card right here, the 9 of Pentacles, is the 9 of Diamonds. The 9 of Diamonds is the 35th card in the deck, which is tied to the word simulation. The 9 of Diamonds is Keanu Charles Reeves' birth card, who played Neo in The Matrix. That's Ma playing tricks on you. The illusion, Maya. If you like the Vedas and Hinduism, it's Maya, the great illusion. These are tied to our blood right here. These. Because the blood is 7.3 to 7.4. That's where the blood sits perfectly. In between those two ranges on the pH scale, if you saw my bloodline. So these two cards through the tarot are Feed the Wolf and the Simulation. And they work together. And it's in your blood, so you can't help it to feed the wolf. Because every day you wake up, you're feeding it. And the wolf is you. It's me. The old Indian proverb, the Native American proverb, you have a dark and white wolf inside of you. Which one you feed is which one's that's going to grow inside of you, right? The dark and the light, the moon and the sun. It always comes down to the duality. So it's just so simple to see this stuff when you can start to use these cards that the churches demonize, that a lot of people like think I'm the devil. And I just laugh because well, you're kind of right. You just gotta have fun with this. It doesn't mean I walk around with a pitchfork and I sit and I can go walk around fire and I can throw coals at people. And when I say you're the devil, folks, you sin, okay? That's it. You sin. You can't help it. You're born into it. And that's why I said, and people just they take it way out of context when they say, oh, I'm not a devil. My father's not the devil. Well, that's what Jesus was saying. Of course, it was an analogy. It was telling you that your father is sin. Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45 verses 7 in the Bible, if you're a fan of theology, it says right in that scripture that I, the Lord, make peace and calamity, or evil. I create both. And 45 is tied to the word Pandora's box. So inside Pandora's box is both beautiful things and nasty things. And you can go either way, really deep down the rabbit hole on either one. You can get into like Hellraiser movie stuff, crazy stuff. I'm decoding right now. Last night, I don't know what made me get into this. I can't even remember how I got into it. I started decoding Jeffrey Dahmer. One of the most sadistic serial killers ever. I mean, I think he had like 17 kills or something like that, which, I mean, there's been a lot of other serial killers that make him look like a little Barbie doll. But his crimes that he did, I read through last night, I was reading through all of the material about this dude. Watching his interviews on Dateline, they interviewed the guy. And just the things he did are just not, it's like they're not believable. Like, how could somebody do that? And then, when I come out with this decode, I'm going to show you his life was not his own. And then, you know what somebody from the churches say? Well, he was possessed by the devil. Okay. Well, are you not possessed by the devil? Well, when you find God. So do you get possessed by an angel? Like, are you now possessed by the good guy, the good angel? And then some people say, well, it's not organic. It's not organic. Like the code, like some people are trying to tell me that mankind's actually in control. And I'm like, okay, well, where do you draw the line? At what point do you decode something and then you say, well, that's not organic anymore? Where do you draw the line? When you can see the source code and then you say, okay, well, there's got to be a stopper, and then the stopper prevents the organic code from moving forward, and then it's not organic anymore. How do you make that determination? That doesn't make any logical sense, which is what some people lack. They lack common sense. They lack logic. Jeffrey Dahmer, his father's name was Lionel, the lion. Jeffrey Dahmer's middle name was his father's first name, Lionel, the lion. Just think about what I just said to you. His dad was born on the 29th. 29 is Yaldabaoth. Satan, the word Satan, when you do the alchemology of it, it reduces down to 29.053. The demiurge. So why are people think, okay, well, they're possessed, but I'm not. I'm free of that. When it says right in Isaiah 45 verses 7, I control the good and the bad. I do both. So then where's your critical thinking? Now, I'm not saying the Bible is the almighty authority, but you study all these ancient cultures, they say the same damn thing. We'll get into some of your comments here. Dahmer wrote his own script. How are you to support that? How can you prove it? I can show you. I'm going to show all of you folks, the craziness of this guy. Jeffrey Dahmer killed, and his last kill was on July 19th, 1991. 19 is the sun. His first kill was on the 18th of June, 1978. 18 is the moon. So he's got the first kill on the moon, the last kill on the sun, 18 and 19, and that's what the tarot is. And people think I'm nuts, that we're not living out a script. Oh yeah? I keep showing the same patterns. Think about what I'm about to show you, and I'm going to be showing. And again, folks, if you think people are sitting down and they're writing this stuff out to screw you over, like mock you, oh, we're just going to mock them. I'd say have your head examined. The hell's my... There it is. So Jeffrey Dahmer, first kill, June 18th, 1978. June 18th card is the moon. Last kill, July 19th, 1991. 19 is the sun. So he's got the sun and the moon encapsulating his first and last kill, okay? Which is 37. 18 and 19 is 37. Eye in the sky equals the number 37. The word shepherd equals the number 37. And the word sheep, shepherd and sheep. Sheep is 26. We have iron in our blood. That's the 26th element. So Jeffrey Dahmer then goes to prison in Columbia State Prison. That's why it's called the District of Columbia. And when he's there on the 28th, I don't know what day it was, on the 28th of a certain day, this guy, Shraver, kills him. So, I go check it out. I put in their birthdays. Do you know how many days in between their birthdays are? 3,333 days in between the guy that kills Jeffrey Dahmer. Now, do you think someone is actually sitting down and computing this to screw you over, to mock you, to laugh at you? Folks, I can decode anything and show you the code. Anything. It's ridiculous, this code. And it's not real. That's why this stuff's so perfectly synchronized like this. Yeah, I mean, when I do this decode on Jeffrey Dahmer, okay, I'm going to probably include some movie snippet of someone getting killed. If you ever watched a horror movie, like the old ones for me, Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, Friday the 13th, Halloween, Freddy Krueger, people get freaked out and then they can't go to sleep at night. It's not even real. And you're sleeping with the lights on. Why are you doing it? Because you can't separate what's real and what's not real. See, I think that there's a Westworld situation going on in this world, in our reality. If you've seen that show on HBO, the movie 1973, 73 is tied to our blood, 7.3 is where the blood pH is, 7.3 to 7.4, I showed that. 7.3 is tied to the simulation. So this movie, Westworld, comes out in 1973, tied to the simulation, and the movie's all about buying a ticket and going down into a reality that's filled with robots, and you can go kill and do whatever it is you can go sleep at prostitutes, you can do whatever you want. You can have the time of your life in a fantasy world. So is it so far-fetched to take that same scenario and utilize it, and we're in a fractal, we're in a movie, and whatever's looking down over and watching the movie through this screen at us, it's like, oh my God, I want to go down and play that game. That looks pretty cool. I'd like to have my fantasy played out. And it just comes down, incarnates, spirit into matter, and then now it's an avatar and a human being. Why is it so far-fetched to people believe? Like, oh, that's not possible. Yet you're sleeping with the lights on because you're scared after watching The Exorcist. Yeah, okay. Sure. Blood type typo negative. I decoded it in my bloodline. Please check it out. I don't know where these blood types came from. I just think that the O is perhaps the first blood type, which is why it's a universal donor type. Think about that. It may have been the first blood type ever on Earth. It's the most primal as well. Most people that you know about your blood type, like it says, eat right for your blood types and all these books, and the O's, from what I see now, the O's seem to gravitate towards be like the ones that be like, oh, you have to have meat. I have to have meat. And maybe there's some merit to that. But again, this is pure speculation. These are just ideas. But if you believe in other realms and anything is possible in the next realm, yeah, anything's possible in this realm. I mean, I'm open to anything. I'm not attached to anything. But what I can tell all of you, I mean, my freaking videos are all scripted. The timestamps is ridiculous. You know, the day that I came out with, let me just show all of you. So because let's talk decoding. All right, let me just show all of you. Let me show you. Okay. So this, let me just go to my channel and show you my channel right here. Let's go to home. And it's not pulling up. Why is it not pulling up? Let's type in. By the way, any of you want to search for a video, this is how you do it. You go to the little hourglass here and you just click on that and you can type in anything. So my most popular video ever is this one. How to decode yourself. Thank you everybody that participated in watching this. The life coding system that I have coming out will be a far more advanced way of how to decode. You could start here for free, and then, you know, you could purchase the course I have coming out. Like I said, it's going to be affordable for everybody. But anyway, what I wanted to show all of you is the timestamp on this. You see, the timestamp is a dead giveaway of how I'm being used from the script. The 105, when you go to this right here, and you type in the great architect of the universe. Keep your eyes on the Chaldean. There it is, the 105. Okay, bam. And then we also have the numbers after it, 59 seconds. Well, then you go to this right here and you type in the game of life. And there it is, 59. So you're getting the game of life and the great architect of the universe. It's telling you. And this is how to decode your cosmic blueprint. It's the great architect coming down to play the game of life. I brought this out. Now, I didn't have the level of understanding 2 years ago that I do today. I came out on this on April 10th. Is when I delivered this out on the world stage. When we go to the calendar here, here's the calendar. Look at what day. Here's April. Go to April 10th. Look at what day of the year it is. It's the 100th day of the year. The 100, tied to Sirius, tied to Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages, tied to the Fallen Angel story. And then the 101 is the 26 prime number. 26 is the yod. 26 is iron. It's our blood. This is when I came out with that video. How to decode yourself. I mean, what more proof do you need? Unless you think I'm some kind of antichrist and you're indoctrinated and using that against me. I'm like, I'm some kind of satanic person that, you know, is just trying to mislead you. When that whole video, which is why it's my most popular, is telling you how to show you what your code is. There's power in that. It's not going to take power away from you. I made the calendar I found it, and then I just kind of created a graphic around it. But the calendar that I have shows, let me just show you all, because some of you want to know, and these are my decoding tools. This is what I use right here, you know? Like I got the chakras, I go back and forth, but this is a calendar right here. This calendar has each day, and it has 2 blocks in it. It has the common year on the left and the leap year on the right. Now, obviously, the ones in January are not going to have that, and the ones in February. You see, they're going to be all 1 through 60. And then it starts to have common year and leap year in March, April, May, all these. So I use this all the time, referencing numbers, figuring out how this reality works. This is a big, big piece of it to learn this system right here. This 300, and Gregorian calendar, some people say, oh, that's what screwed it up. There's no screwing anything up. Nothing. As everything's part of this reality. And if it's not part of this reality, it ain't going to be in this reality. Well, Hugo Jasper, if you think I'm the Antichrist, you're not on the right channel. And I don't even believe in that whole terminology, okay? Because, when I do say Antichrist means anti-love, and I'm the farthest away from that. I am all about love. Why is I have something playing in the background now, Nick. Something started playing now and I can't find it. Hang on, folks. That's probably this. There it is. Oops. No. Hang on, folks. I don't know what the hell I got going on here playing. No idea. Okay, hang on. Technical difficulties. Hang on a sec, folks.
Good evening. This is your host, Howard Kravitz. Welcome to episode 142.
No idea what the hell this is.
HHH Racing Podcast. I've been doing this podcast for...
Okay. No idea what the hell that is. I got to try to figure it out. Oh, there it is. Got it. Bam. Okay. There we go. All right, got it fixed. Let's get to some of your comments. Multiverse. Are you aware the president passed a law to do away with the leap year? No, I don't. I don't really pay attention to any of that stuff. The music playing in the background is called Dream State Logic. It is the artist that I pretty much exclusively use for my presentations. If you watch my presentations past the intro, it's called Dream State Logic. Yeah, I know, Logan. I don't know how that even happened there. It was a YouTube channel opened on another page of mine. I don't know how the hell that happened. Roland says, Antichrist is anti-love, but is Christ actually love? Well, the story, I'm going with what the story is supposed to be. The story of that. So, is the Antichrist just a trap? I had said this to all of you through my Prison Planet Part 2, and I'm going to say it again. For those of you that may have missed it, haven't watched it, because Prison Planet, like, oh, I'm in a prison. How do I get out of the prison? Well, I showed all of you how I'm being used by the numbers, by the source code, by the books, my family, my sister, our cards, what they add up to, my last name being Payette, tied to pi, why I decode with pi. And I had said that to win the game of life, if there is such a thing as winning it, is to remain neutral. And it's challenging to do that, right? It is. Because Mr. Smiths are all over the place, the agents designed to pull you back into the game. But if you take what I'm telling you about living the life of the middle path, neutrality, and just being a really great observer of life, looking at both sides and be like, okay, yeah, I see the right-hand path, I see the left-hand path, and they're just battling it out. And you're just sitting in the middle and you're just this great observer. And then you just take that concept and you look at the blood. And the blood sits in the very middle path. It's slightly alkaline, 7.3 to 7.4. 7 is base. 7 is base, neutral. 7 on the pH scale. 7 is the crown. But then when you use this 7 chakras, this is not the base. You then move it to the heart, and then the heart's the base, 4. And then you get the 74, 47. But the pH scale is typically 1 through 14. The middle is 7. That's base. That's the middle path. And if you just take the way the blood is your lifeline. It's your oil. It's what operates a large portion of who you are. It operates at slightly alkaline, slightly past the base, which is on the love side. Slightly love. You want to be slightly service to the other people in the world. If you talk the Law 1 material, it's service to others, 51%. If you're slightly service to others, that's how you win the game. Slightly. You can't always just give everything to everybody and you're going to become unhappy. You got to pay attention a little bit about you. So the blood is it tells the story of the middle path, which to me is the lukewarm path. You see that it's known temperature-wise. Then you get into nature. The most comfortable temperature is around 74 degrees. It's well known. You don't have to put a jacket on. You can wear t-shirts, shorts, flip-flops, whatever. You're comfortable. 74. Now I'm going on averages now. So that is the tall tale sign that it is going to be slightly alkaline. That is lukewarm. Lukewarm, not hot. Not cold. Lukewarm. And you see in the Bible, which I showed on my prison planet, it says, if you're not hot or cold, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. And I feel the interpretation of that is you actually want to be lukewarm. Because hot or cold will get you recycled back into the game. And that is a big if we ever get out of the game. But I'm saying is that if we don't get out of this game, the next alternative is to level up, to graduate. And the way to graduate is to get rid of all the shit that you've adopted and you hold on to and you get all these things through influences. So if you spend 2 hours on social media and you're being influenced by whatever they're marketing on that and being influenced by other people and that it's gonna weigh you down. In order to get in the middle path, you need to relinquish, you get rid of a lot of the things that you've adopted as your beliefs, which means the past needs to be eliminated from your life. You got to live in the now moment. Many of you live in the past. You're attached to the past. It's really simple to see once you have the eyes to see this, ladies and gentlemen. Once you decode, and you decode this reality, I feel properly, you realize that you just want to be the middle. You want to be in the dead center where all the power is. It's the neutral zone. See, if you're afraid and you're making prepper, like the world's going to end and I got to go, I got to dinner, you're living in fear. So you're going to end up going down on one of the sides of the poles. You're going to move from the middle and you're going to move to one of the other sides. That to me is a dead giveaway. And then, as Jason from Archaic said, he says in the biblical times, that story, the allegory is they painted their doorstep with lamb's blood and the angel of death would pass over and they would be untouched. And he just ended up saying, it's fear. And that's why he said, it's like, I don't have any fear. Fear is what's going to get you killed. And how do you end up getting a lot of fear in your life? Like I just said, I mean, you put on a movie. A lot of you put on these movies, and they're scary movies. And then you can't sleep at night. That night, maybe. You have to sleep with the lights on. And then maybe the next day, that fear's gone. But if you constantly are putting the news on and they're pumping you full of influence, like you better do this, this is you're going to be screwed, I'm going to take this. And you're constantly being indoctrinated by that. You're moving into fear, and then you're being influenced heavily by a state of fear energy. You're going to be resonating with that. And then you're making your moves based on what their moves are. And their moves are not based on love. They're certainly not based on neutrality. I only get scared when the cat hisses at my dark bathroom. The word cat is 314, by the way. It's pi, cats. Nice. What's up, Mr. Warlock? Here from Jordan's channel. Much love, man. Thanks for joining over. You know, I mean, it's just so simple. Like here in Mexico, a lot of people, they come here to do retreats, ayahuasca and the bufu and you know, mushrooms and whatever. You know, like they may just come here for a vacation. Like, why do you go on vacation? To detach from the bullshit. You need some sanity because you're in the grind. You're hanging out with too many Mr. Smiths. Next thing you know, life gets in the way and you're like, man, I'm sick. I don't feel good. I'm 20 pounds overweight. Yeah, that's called playing the game of life. Now, you know, it's like unavoidable to play it because even though I'm detached, I'm still playing it. I mean, I get up, I got to go to the beach or, you know, I'm here in Mexico. I chose to be here. And I'm not, some people say, oh, you're there because you're running. No, I'm not. No, I'm here because I chose to be here because I love being here. It's a fun place to be. I have no pressure. I went to the U.S. not too long ago, and I saw the contrast, not being in the U.S. in over a year, and it was like, I don't resonate with the rat race. Everybody's trying to like, you know, it's so much ego. It's crazy. People, it's like, what's happening to this world? I don't, so much primal in the world today. People are scared that someone's going to screw them over. People are scared that someone's going to take something from them. They live in fear, and you can see it. They're afraid someone's not going to like them. They're afraid they're not going to look good. They're afraid someone's going to talk shit about them. It's like, you know, like I laugh. I mean, no offense to you ladies, but what's with these people, with ladies wearing these freaking, like they're wearing like butterflies on their eyelashes. Like, what the hell's all that about? Like they literally have a butterfly, a wing attached to their eyeball, and they think that's going to somehow, I don't know. Whew. The new Fibonacci cipher is out. No, you have to go to my channel to do that. Derek has not put it. What I'm probably going to do, I'm going to create my own decoding channel with my own ciphers, and I have more than just that one, but I don't want to have to rely on somebody. You know, he's got his own thing going on. I don't expect him to do my beck and call, so I think I'm just gonna create my own. If you're a coder and you want to help, just send me an email. I have a little coding experience, but not to that degree. If I had all the code in front of me, I could go in and I could change the colors, the sizes, the pictures, but I need the mainframe built, and then I can go from there. What part of Mexico is good for single mom, teenager? I mean, look, people, it has this, Mexico has this, obviously a rap for like, it is still considered, it's not like lush and prime. Like, I mean, I went back to Florida and South Carolina where my parents are, and it was like a big difference, like there's not a lot of grass where I'm at here. It's more, it's more third world, but it's still beautiful. It's paradise to me. So it has its pros and cons, and then you're going to get the raps of like crime and all that stuff, but it just depends on where you live. Like I live in a small town right down the street from Santos, and there's a few of us that are here in this community. And I think it's really safe. I really enjoy being here. You just got to do your due diligence of where you want to go. I mean, I lived in San Miguel. That's a pretty safe place. That's a great city to live in. San Miguel de Allende, amazing place. And it's so inexpensive to live in compared to the U.S. It's a lot cheaper. It's just you have, things that you're going to have to tolerate. The sanitation's not as clean. There's certain things like you definitely want to get a shower head filter for your shower. The water here obviously is I mean, it doesn't say that some of the water in other parts of the world are really bad as well, but notorious for that. But if you feel the call, if you feel the urge, if you feel like you want to come, then then go. Have I decoded parasites? I have. I have decoded parasites. The word parasite is a 25, and that's a match to the word adversary. Now, a lot of things can be a parasite. If you go parasites with an S on the end of it, meaning plural, well, then it changes the whole word, right? That becomes the 28, which is tied to architect, tied to Lucifer. So then you get attached to that story. I'm not from South Carolina. My family just retired down there. I'm actually from Connecticut. So, but my parents moved down to South Carolina many, many years ago to retire. Do I swim in the ocean? Absolutely. But lately here in Mexico, the seaweed here in Puerto, it's been absolutely just horrible. And so they've had a hard time keeping up with it. So the beaches are not the greatest these days. But last year, man, I was in almost every day. I can't wait to get back out there and get into the water again. It's very soothing. Going into the water every day, go to the beach, ground, get the salt water on your body. It's awesome. What about this Abbott shooting, Annie? I was talking about that earlier. I don't really want to decode that right now because of it being so new, and then I haven't looked into it, and honestly, I just don't want to give my energy to this stuff right now. I sometimes I'm like on the fence of decoding something mainstream because I know it serves a purpose, but it also feeds it. So I essentially give it my gas when I start decoding it, as I do everything. So welcome out, Wisdom Wealth Crypto. Nice to have you. Some new names in here. It's awesome. Oh, I got a friend that lives in Columbia, South Carolina. Really funny friend of mine. A few friends that live there, actually. No fake eyelashes. I really appreciate women and beauty and, the luster. And I know it goes into being like that because I've been around it my whole life, pretty much, it seems anyway, having multiple partners throughout my life, relationships. But, and I appreciate all that, especially you ladies. I mean, I know it goes into the time that you put into looking pretty and glamorous. And I resonate with all that. I appreciate all that, but I'm just saying it just seems like people are just going to crazy extremes. And it's like, when's enough going to be enough? Do I chew gum when fasting? No, but when I do, I'm going to get back into decoding here in a minute, but I do want to answer this question. When I'm fasting, and these days I don't really get hungry anymore. I just, drink a lot of liquids. But if you're fasting, you're doing like a juice fast and you get hungry, just have some maple syrup or some honey. Just do a tablespoon of that or couple tablespoons. And it'll take your hunger pains away because it's sugar and it just goes right in the bloodstream and you get a boost of energy, and that works really good. Okay, so let me show all of you. You guys ready for some sneak peeks, some previews? Since we're talking, this is all Let's Talk Decoding. I'm trying to separate this from what's your question, but. Oh, that's cool. My mom's from Bristol, Maribel. My mother was born in Bristol, Connecticut. Jordan, I just talked to Jordan the other day and he just mentioned, he's like, hey, you ready to do another podcast? I'm like, yeah. So we always just end up, either he calls me or I call him, and then we just like, hey, you want to do a podcast? Okay. And we just do it. So it'll be soon. We'll be doing another one. He's such a great, I love that guy. Okay, so, there's Jordan. Okay, Jordan's in the house. Jordan's here. Waters Above Crypto, ladies and gentlemen. And again, big shout out to him. If you want to learn how to do crypto, he's got a course. Go take his course. Go take his course. He's the guy to learn from. Kill, do I ever decode bro? Yeah, bromine, you mean? Bromine's the 35th element. I know it well because it's tied to my birthday. I'm on the 35th day of the year. Bromine has an atomic weight of 79, which is gold. Okay, so let me go into, now I'm going to share my screen. Let me go into some sneak peeks. Let's start off with this one right here, because I know a lot of you have been, and so, hey, if you're here and you're watching it live, you get the sneak peek, man, So here's a sneak peek of my upcoming decode, the Society of Jesus. And why there's a dragon there, I have that for a very specific reason. But let's take off with this. You guys ready? I got like 4 slides with this one right here. So this was, going back and researching this society when it first started out, which I don't, like, the other decoders are not doing this. They're just pointing the finger. But that's their job, I guess, because they're doing it. But how about the history of it? You see, I had come out with a decode and I said that Christianity is just another Judaism in a different cloak. It's in a different wardrobe. Because if you see the circle there, is on August 15th, these guys promised to make a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. What does that tell you? This was the very beginning of it all. They made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. It was the origin. So the origin goes back to Israel and Jerusalem and Judaism. And that's it. That's the big clue. And what, if you're a decoder, what you want to do is the big standouts obviously is this, but how about the date? So what I do as a decoder, I go right to my chart, August 15th, and then I go look up the card. I'm automatically going to look up what card it is. So here's the row August, and then I come down to August 15th, and it's this card right here, the Jack of Clubs, card number 24, tied to the letter X. And the X is tied to the 4 fixed signs of astrology. And it's the Jack in the box. It's the Jack of Clubs. The clubs is an air suit, means the mind from the cosmos. So, and then we want to look at the day on the calendar. So this is how I decode, ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing it live right here, straight up. So August 15th, we come down, here it is. August 15th is on the 227th day of the common year and 228th of the leap year. And 227 is pi because 22 divided by 7 is 3.14. So it just so happens that they do this on a pi day, August 15th, 227. How about that? So this is how I decode, right? And then I find my clues and then I keep going. This, to me, is how you properly decode, right? And then it leads, and here it is. So just right here, forgot I had it all here, but there's August 15th. And what you'll notice is that August 15th leaves 138 days remaining to the end of the year. And this 138 is massive. Jason from Archaics is all about this number. He says this is the return of the phoenix. The phoenix rising every 138 years. Now, I'm not saying that's absolute, but you see 138, then you take the 138 and then you go to the periodic table. And then you find the element that has the attachment to the 138. And what is it? It's this element called lanthanum. There's the 138. And look what it says. The name is derived from the Greek word, which means to lie hidden. And it's tied to the Phoenix event. And then there's the clues in the pictures. Here they are. And then you just go down to the uses and properties it's going to tell you. And look what it says. You see, this tells you you're in a simulation. It's from a camera lens. And on the lens, it's going to have the words Japan, made in Japan. And I showed in my bloodline decode how important Japan was. So this is a big clue. And this element right here is attached to the 227. It's the 89th element in the periodic table. It's called actinium. And actinium is tied to Yaldabaoth, the Gnostic demiurge. Now, I showed in my Vatican decoded and the Yaldabaoth decoded on my channels. If you haven't seen those, what runs the Vatican? Yaldabaoth runs the Vatican. What does the Society of Jesus work for? The Vatican. That's what they work for. Okay, these are all connecting points to tell you. And the 89, I showed you that the August 15th is the Jack Clubs card. So here it is, and here's the big takeaway right here. August 15th is the 227th day of the year tied to the 89th element actinium. 89 is a very special number because it's a prime Fibonacci number. It's the 24th prime that leads to the actual card that August 15th is attached to, and it's the 11th Fibonacci number. Now, this right here was the other dead giveaway. This church in France was where they made their vows right here to promise to make a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. They did it right here, and there's on the building number 11. You see the connection right there? Tied to the 24, tied to the X chromosomes, and it's the Jack in the box card. And the Jacks are the knights. And what are the Society of Jesus? The knights. They're the militants. Right there. See how valuable the cards in alchemy is? Just by connecting the dots. All right there. Okay? It's really simple to see this. It's really, really simple to see this. And then, if you go even further, the 11th card is the Jack of Hearts. So you have a double Jack right here inside. So literally it's Yaldabaoth coming down, running man or coming down and being man. And being the knight, the Jack, to keep things in order if you step outside the boundaries of the church. Now, I would imagine back in 1540, it was a hell of a lot different than it was now. It had to have been. Technology was not anywhere near what it was today. Okay, I would think life was a lot simpler back in 1540. But there's so many clues. The papal bull, this is a reference to Taurus the bull. And that is going to be Scorpio's opposite sign. And Scorpio's the eagle, and the eagle is the phoenix, and that's what rises during these phoenix events. Okay? That's what you're seeing here. Now, we can get into the phoenix. I'm going to show you a few slides on this one, and then I'm going to come back on screen and look at your questions. But here's the phoenix tied to the word operating. Tied to that 10 diamonds, who's tied to the birthday of Matt Groening of the Simpsons. How are they predicting the future? Well, it's part of the operating system. And this phoenix is tied to the sun because the magic square of the sun uses the numbers 1 through 36 right there inside that box. And each one of these rows adds up to 111. So if you're seeing 11s in your decode, well, it's tied to the magic square of the sun, a piece of it. And there's the 600. So this sun right here is the beast above your head, the 666 beast above your head. And the beast below is the embryo called life, earth. You see, the sun is the yolk in an egg. And the yolk is called the vitellus. And like if you look at an egg, let me just show all of you. If you go and look at the constructs of an egg, this egg, the constructs of it, the yellow is the sun. This is what will feed the embryo once it develops after day 21. So think about what I'm telling you. This is called the vitellus. It is the life support for the embryo. This. And once the embryo is developed after day 21, because there is no animal in an egg that you buy at the grocery store. There is no animal in there. Nada. But this is what feeds it. And so when you go to the esoteric, our sun feeds the embryo called earth, called life, and we are all part of the incubation. We're all being incubated, and the incubation means we're growing something. We're creating something that may end up giving birth to something, which may be the Phoenix Rising event. And I don't know what it looks like beyond that. But you can see how it's tied to Lucifer, the Lightbringer, 36, and the string of the golden ratio tied to the sun is at digits 28 and 29. It's also tied to Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth's 29. So it's tied to nickel, Old Saint Nick. Nickel is a 5-cent piece. 5 is Leo the Lion. Leo the Lion is ruled by the sun. Okay? It's ruled by the sun. And there you have it. And then you can get into the angels and demons. I have so many more slides. Maybe I'll come back on and show you guys all that. But there you go. Bam. Okay? So my take on this is a simple egg. Nature always tells you how this reality works. A simple egg is just a fractal down. We live inside of a cosmic egg called Earth. The egg shell is the firmament. Inside the egg is a vitellus, the yolk, the yellow. And then the egg albumin is the white, which I would imagine represents the ether, the air inside here. And then we are the embryo. We are the embryo, and we're being fed by the sun. The sun grows things here. And as we end up producing something on the world stage, collectively, we may end up giving birth to something from all our collective thoughts. And the Phoenix Rising, to me, is a wiping clean of the board. That's why if you follow Autodidactic and these other great guys, all these channels of the mud floods and all that, you have these massive buildings that are just beautiful and and then you got horse and buggies. What the hell happened? Something just doesn't add up. Yeah, because there was a reset. Mankind was wiped out, and those that were left over, you have to start over again at horse and buggy style. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen again, but when you look at these pictures of the mud floods, and it's pretty clear to me, the Phoenix event, Bashir's talks about it. And so the sun is the vitellus. It gives to the embryo. We are part of the embryo. And we're all constructing this reality through our thoughts, through our emotions, through our energy exchanges. That's why the Greeks said it was ambrosia. We are food for the gods. And what we may end up doing is creating the phoenix. And when it rises, it may be that we end up creating a new planet. I don't know. How did all these planets get there in the solar system? I mean, I talked to Santos. He's like, in the same agreement. We're living in. It's an atom. The atom, the Earth is the nucleus, and then wrapping around it is the planets going along the ecliptic. It's the electrons. The planets are the electrons. Essentially, the planets are the rib of Adam. The Adam and Eve. Eve is the electrons, the planets. And a lot of these mythology stories will tell you that the planets were offspring of Gaia. Earth made the planets, which are the stars. So are we just all collectively here with our thoughts being influenced? Are we all just collectively creating a new star? And the Phoenix event will be that star rising up into the outside of this reality, and now there's another planet there that we're going to call and name? Is that what will happen? And that is the embryo. Essentially, all these planets were never, they didn't exist. And then mankind, every single 138 years, or what, I'm just going on averages of what Jason from Archaic says, but you have the great year, 25,000, 26,000 years. But are we all just collectively creating something new that will shoot off into the sky, and it'll be a new star? And are we just part of that? Are we just creating something new? Just like an egg makes the embryo. The vitalis feeds the embryo, then the chicken comes out, and the chicken comes out of the egg. Are we all just giving life to something that is going to rise and create a sentient being? The Sentinels. I mean, the comic books, I know they're comic books, but they talk about the Sentinels ruling over us. So Jordan says the moon is the mother of the sun. Your egg yolk breakdown is something me and you could talk. Yeah, Jordan, I enjoy your writing your music. Much love, brother. But that's just. Well, maybe we'll have to talk about that me and Jordan next time. But that is the revelation that I've come to, is that we are all being fed by the sun. That is our source of energy. We are all cells in the battery. And the cells are creating the embryo collectively. And when that egg hatches, something's going to be given birth to. Just like a chicken gives birth to a little chick. So if you just look at an egg, that is a fractal down. The sun and the moon and earth, it's just a fractal above. It all works in unison. Same construct. And I think the Phoenix Rising event, which I will be talking about to Jason from Archaics on our simulation part 2, simulation theory, I think that we are giving birth to an embryo and it's going to hatch. And when it does, it may be a star. The Phoenix rises. The Phoenix is maybe it's a new star that rises. And it goes out, and now there's another sentient being. And we create these sentient beings through these resets, golden age to dark age. And then we create it. And now you have a new God, a new deity that is collectively, that was collectively produced by all of us, all of our minds. But I think all of our minds are being controlled. So essentially the game is playing out through all of us. Multiverse. What is the astrology information you mentioned earlier? I'll show that in a second. I'll show that in a little bit. I'll show you the 138 and the Phoenix Rising using astrology. I'll give you a sneak peek of that. So just be a little bit. Let me just get to some of these comments. Microwave Homie 21. It's an interesting avatar name. Manly P. Hall. All who are attempting to attain mastery through constructive efforts are Masons at heart, regardless. Well, Mason means builder. Okay, I've said it as well. We're all Masons because we all build something. You don't have to belong to a lodge, but the definition of Mason, Ma's son, you're the son of the mother. That's what Mason means. The son of the mother, Ma. Matrix, Ma, the mother. But that's really how this works. We live inside this egg, and inside this egg is the yolk, and the yolk is the sun, and the sun is what gives us life. And when people get up and they go do their activities and they're out there from the sun giving them energy, so the sun gives us an energy force, a life force, a vitamin D, the most essential vitamin D. Get that from the sun free. The sun is healing, but it can evaporate you as well. So it's duality. But that thing is feeding this earth, and the earth grows. Plants and trees, they all grow. Like your hair grows, your fingernails grow, you got to constantly cut them. Your skin, you have to, use the loofah brush and scrub yourself down. Well, I would hope that all of you are doing that. But everything grows. And then the same with the earth. The earth grows, plants and trees, and that's exactly, I feel, what's going on is that the sun is growing this embryo called Earth, and it's going to hatch, and it's whatever's coming out on the other side. I think it's tied to the Phoenix event. Yeah, I got this from my cousin. It represents the sun, and then you can switch it to the moon. It's my cool little ball here. Just plug it in and recharge it. All right, let me just give you guys... (2046). Melanin. Can I decode melanin? Well, if you're talking about to the skin, that's 24. Dolores Canyon. She's a pretty interesting lady. Let me show you guys the astrology in the 138. Hang on a second. Let me try to find it. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, give me one. Oh, here it is. Okay. I don't have all the slides, but let me just show all of you this. Let me just change this up here. Okay. All right, you guys ready? So here we go. Let me just change it to this. Okay, and here we go. Oops. Okay. So I got a tip off from somebody, and I don't remember who it is. And like I said, I'm going to go find the person because this was really big. This was a big discovery. And it's he after Jason and I did the simulation, zodiac sign sits at the number 138 off of a compass, and so here's a typical compass numbered from 0 to 360. 360 degrees all the way around. And then I have this red line right here. And the red line down here around the 5 o'clock position is where the 138 is going to set. And so he says it's in the sign of Leo. So I had done that, and I had placed it over the sign of Leo, which he's right. So I know you can vaguely see it here, but Leo would sit, and this is not exact because this is the as above chart, so you'd have to flip it and mirror it, but nonetheless, Leo does sit right in this position right here. And so it's Leo at the 138 degree mark, and the opposite, because all these zodiac signs have a symbiotic relationship that they share with one another. And so when you have, like, we were in the age of Aquarius, I believe, and so the age of Aquarius symbiotically is attached to Leo the lion, which is ruled by the sun. So you have the sun, and I believe Aquarius is ruled by Uranus. I know that old school would be Saturn, but that's because they couldn't see Uranus, but it may have always been there. But Uranus now is the classical ruler of Aquarius, which is the planet of no rules. And if you know an Aquarius like myself, we don't go by any rules. You want to be free, which is what people want to be. People want to be free now. So the Phoenix Rising event every 138 years would be located on the astrology map right here in Leo if you're looking at the so below chart. So when you're looking at a standard astrology chart like your birth chart, you will have the fifth house. It will be defaulted by Leo. But if you go to the as above chart, it's going to look like this right here. This chart right here is the as above chart. So the Masonic arch, if you're familiar with that, the two pillars, Boaz and Yachin, you're going to have Aries and you're going to have Libra representing sign 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, making the 7 colors of the rainbow. And so the as above has Taurus going up instead of down. In the so below chart, it would be right here. Taurus would be in the Pisces position, right around there. So when you look at this as above chart, and then you take this 138 degree marker, where does it sit? It sits in the sign of Scorpio. There it is. This was the gem right here. This is all he needed, and this is like a big head start for everybody. And I haven't shown this even to Jason from Archaics yet, but this was the big bomb right here. It's the because Scorpio's known as the eagle, and the eagle is the phoenix. And so the 138 that Jason from Archaics talks about, the phoenix event happening, it's right there in Scorpio. This is the as above chart. And the phoenix rising, it would be Scorpio going all the way up and rising up in the sign of the bull and Taurus. And it would be 318 degrees, which naturally is going to be the opposite of 138. It's just going to be a permutation of that. And there you have it, folks. And I'm really looking forward to showing this. Like I said, this is the first time I've ever shown this because I just found it just about a week and a half ago. But this right here lines perfectly with the Phoenix event because it's Scorpio. Scorpio is the 8th sign. 19 is the 8th prime number. 19 is the sun. You see? So I know this has a lot of merit, and I got to start doing my astrology and looking at it. And you know, obviously fast forwarding into future days and see, but it's just a big, huge mess because we don't really know. I mean, he's got an idea. He says 2040, but then, you know, a big shout out to Nigel and Harry over at Devil's Playground. He thinks it's going to be in 2026, which is not too, I don't know which one it's going to be. But if we have Scorpio in the as above chart in the 5 o'clock position right here at this 130, this is a really good marker, I think, for when we're going to have this Phoenix Rising event right here. And you're seeing it here. I mean, this is the holy grail right here. I mean, if you follow Archaics and You go buy his stuff. So, but that's the big one right there to me, following Jason from Archaics. So you have, you got to realize that, you see, the 19 is the 8th prime number. Here's the 19. Okay, here's the 19. And then, the dead giveaway for the tarot cards on the other one is card number 8. And now it'll make sense for you. Those of you that are fans of the tarot, here it is. So here's card number 8, right here. Strength card. So what is the lion? It's Leo. And it's the sun. So the sun is, 19 is the 8th prime number. Here's the 8. And then you have this female with the figure 8 over her head. 19 is the 8th prime number, and here's the 8th card. And you have it, this is the Phoenix, this would be part of the Phoenix Rising event right here in the tarot. And then that's why these things have so much value. And then people get all freaked out, especially if you're into theology, you think, well, it's divination. I'm not doing any divination. I'm decoding with it. But that's like right what I just dropped in your lap tonight right here. That's just, to me, it's groundbreaking material. And again, I'm not saying that to try to. I'm not asking anybody to send me any blue ribbons or donations. Or I'm just telling you, I know that's what it is, because it's obvious that Scorpio's the eagle, and the eagle is the phoenix, and the 138, as I showed, is tied to Japan, because. Let me just show you again really quick, because let's talk decoding now, right? So when you take that 138, let me just go back here. When you take this 138 right here around the 5 o'clock position, the starting point in Scorpio. Scorpio is the 8th zodiac sign. Number 8, 19 is the 8th prime number. 19 is tied to the word battery. Okay? So Scorpio, the Phoenix rising, Scorpio is the Phoenix. All right? And remember that when you go to the chakras, right down here, this is, Scorpio has the tail, and the tail is the tailbone, and so it's here. So another synchronicity is that when the Phoenix rises, it's the Kundalini rising up, and it's weaving through these chakras, and it goes to the crown. And the crown, in this case, would be Taurus, the symbiotic relationship that it has across the way. So this root obviously is the number 1 chakra, but it's also tied to Scorpio, because Scorpio has the devil's tail. And the devil's tail is the coccyx bone called the tailbone, which lies at the base of your spine. Okay? And it's just going to rise up. It's going to go up. And that's the Great Awakening. So the Phoenix event is the Great Awakening. That's what the word apocalypse means, is the Great Awakening. Realizing that all the secrets will be revealed to you. They're being revealed now. You're starting to get the secrets, seeing how this reality works. And that's going to be the Phoenix Rising event that he talks about. But when you go to the periodic table and you look at this is the dead giveaway. You see, again, this lanthanum is got the 138. Now, barium has it as well. If you go to barium, its average is 137 and 56. If you ever see 56, it means lights, camera, action. So you go to here and you type in lights, camera, action. It's 56. It means the movie. But remember, these numbers they kind of bleed into one another. So the barium is going to move into lanthanum. They're going to be buddies. They're going to hang out. And barium does have an isotope of 138. It's going to be the 137 because it's isotope 138. So this 137, as we know, is the 33rd prime number. Obviously, you just go to numberempire.com and you hit it, and bam, there it is, the 33rd prime number. And this is where you're going to get the Christ and the story of that being crucified, and all that's going to fit into there, but it's going to be tied in, and it's element number 138. And look at the abundance of this, 71%. And some, most of you don't look at these things, but these are subtleties. What is 71? 71's tied to the element lutetium. 71 is. So then you go here. Here it is. And what's lutetium tied to? Lucifer. Lucifer is the phoenix. Lucifer's the light bringer. And the light bringer has everything to do with the Kundalini. Because Kundalini is 28. Just like the word Lucifer. 28. You see? See that? Just like the word architect. So when you see the Kundalini and you see that it's 28, and then you go here and you see the 71, and then you're like, okay, but it's like you got to know what you're looking for. And then you just go to this element, barium, which is huge, the 56 tied to lights, camera, action. And then you go down and you see that 71 there. You can start to see. Then the 137 is the 33rd prime number, and we know what the 33 is all about. It's isotope 38, but then you go and you move it into lanthanum, and what you're going to have is it means to lie hidden. That's the phoenix, lying hidden, okay? And then you look at the icon, the dead giveaways, the icons, and there it is. The lens is made in Japan. And what is Japan called? The land of the rising sun. And there's the 71. You see how that works? And it's the rising sun. The phoenix is the sun. It's the sun. It's the operating part of the operating system. And there's Lucifer right there tied to the 36. Also Yaldabaoth in there. So are they just one and the same? Is there separation? Are they archetypes playing out their roles? Folks, that's how I decode right there. It's part of how I decode. That's just some of the methodology that I use. And it's just so easy to see once you have all these tools. But if you're just somebody who's like, well, I'm just going to use the 4 base ciphers. It's like, man, those are dead ends. That's such a basic way of decoding. And I started there, so I don't poo-poo on it. But I mean, I just showed all of you some of the methodology that I use. And the more tools you use and the more connecting points you have, you're going to be able to start to see, and different layers, not just like, I'm going to use reverse ordinal, and I'm going to use satanic, and I'm going to use Greek, and then use that's going to give you watered down results. Because now you're just commingling words. Right? You're just commingling words with numbers. But when you take the word with numbers and then you commingle it with an alchemical element, and then you commingle it with a natural abundance percentage, then you commingle it with a tarot card, and then you mingle it with a card of illumination and the medicine cards and all different modalities, the calendar, then you start to have a way better narration of how this reality works. So Japan is not real. No, Japan's real. What do you mean Japan's not real? Japan if you haven't seen my bloodline decoded, Japan has the flag with the blood cell on it. They're going to tell you it's the sun because it's called the land of the rising sun. And you have Japan, it's Jah, praise Jah, and Pan, the Greek god in the Greek mythology. Pan, Jah and Pan. Perhaps two deities, perhaps representing the duality. I mean, I think most cultures worship the sun, if not the moon, you know? Well, yeah, so the word Catholic So, let me see if I can get a picture of it. Because I don't have the card. So let me show all of you now, because we're talking decoding. So let's break a little bit more stuff down here. All right, so if you take the word, and this will be out my Society of Jesus decode. But if you just take Catholic, okay, and you see that it's a 27, and then you realize, they have the gold and silver key, and it's all about this word right there, currency. You see, so it's well known, thank you, Santo Spinacci, that our currency is through the Vatican, and they have, obviously their ties into the federal governments and all that stuff. And you're being traded on the stock exchange, and it goes so many different ways. But it's all about that word currency. And we can't leave out this guy right here. That has some merit to it right there. We just can't leave that out. But this word right here, it ties to this medicine card. And now you have the narration complete, because the great dragon was hurled down. Yeah, right, it was. And there you have it. You see how the connecting point is? And then you go to the 27th element on the periodic table. And here's the other clue. See, this is how you bridge everything. So then you go and you have cobalt, and here's the picture of it. And what do you see right there? The dragons with the little goblin in the middle, and the acorn representing the pineal gland at the top. And you'll notice when you go read about it, it says that the name is derived from the word kobold, which means goblin. And you take this word kobold and you decode it. So you look at what number it is. 19. And 19 is the sun card in the tarot. So when you see what the Catholic Church uses for their little logo, whatever, it's tied to the sun. Now, is it Sirius or is it our sun? That would be the big question. But that's how you do this. The 27, you can decode this guy's name. Notice his name is George. You can decode the discovery date, the melting points, the boiling points. All of these are going to have major clues. And then you're going to have the 58 right here as the average atomic weight. It's going to be element 58 or isotope 58, isotope 59. 58 is tied to this word right here. So what do you think runs the Vatican? It ain't man. And then 59 is tied to this right here. You see, that's why there's this library supposedly. I don't know if it really even exists, but there's a library supposedly at the Vatican that's off limits, that's guarded. Okay? So, but again, I don't even know if that's true. But then you take this 59, ladies and gentlemen. What's 59? Tied to the game of life. You go right back to the periodic table. And you look at what element 59 is. It's this element called praseodymium. And look at what it has for its icon. The dead giveaway means green twin. It's Gemini. It's the two twins. It's the two snakes that are inside your body, the kundalini. When you come down and play the game of life, you get inside the prison. This is the prison bars right here. And the green and yellow, the lime green color, as I showed, is in the element chlorine. And 17 is tied to the number 7 through the primes, and that's tied to the chakras. If you haven't seen my bloodline decoded, you should probably check it out. But that you're seeing the methodology. This is how I decode on a day-to-day basis. Some of it. So here's my take on, like someone said, the Vatican has all the hidden knowledge books. So is it possible that when there's a reset, when there's a Phoenix event, I mean, again, you look at these Tartarian buildings, and I mean, Santos is huge into that, and Campbell over at Autodidactic, and Jason at Archaics, they're showing you these buildings that, like, how the hell do you build this? And then you have this technology that doesn't even match. So the logical obvious is that an event happens and it wipes the board clean, and there are survivors. those that have the knowledge, that have the wisdom, are left, some of them are left over. And then you're now faced with now faced with a technology advanced race, some of them, that have an advantage over those that are incarnating or being born, and you probably don't even remember. You're like, what the hell is going on here? How does all these buildings get here? You know? Maybe you don't even remember. Maybe your memory's wiped clean. We don't know. This is pure abstract thinking here. But if that's how the game works, the reset happens and some of the buildings are left, not everything's destroyed. And maybe some people survive underground and they keep some of this knowledge. Dude, I'm having to rethink all my stuff here. But nonetheless, again, I think the game is ruled over by remote control players outside this reality, and just like a video game. Like, why is there why is there thousands or hundreds or millions of video games? Because if there was just one video game, life would be boring. What happened to the first religion? It lost its luster. So in order to keep you engrossed in worshiping and giving your currency away, you must create something new. Everybody gets bored. I just last night, I went through and I made, right here, I made my playlist of all these songs that I wanted to have on my phone for the gym. I was like, I'm kind of bored with my music. Maybe you've done this. This is a really good example. So I got all these songs. I downloaded them. I got them on my playlist. And now I got them on my phone. And I go to the gym and I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Got all these great songs. Some of them I haven't heard in many years. Imagine you had to listen to the same music every day for the rest of your life. And you would not be able to listen to any other playlist. Just one playlist with like 10 songs. From the time you were born till the time you died, 10 songs, and that's the only playlist you get. Do you know how crazy you go? You're like, I'm so tired. I don't care. I don't want to hear it anymore. Some of you have eaten a lot of foods and you're like, I'm so sick of eating that food. I'm done with it. If you were in college, you may have been surviving with, oodles and noodles or ramen, and you're like, man, I don't even ever want to see a package of noodles again. Because you had so much, you have just went through them all the time. So that's how this game works. You see, the game needs players, and the game needs players by way of interaction. And if the game just gives us one religion and said, that's it, you think not everybody's going to not like the luster of that. Or they're going to worship it for, 1,000 years, and then someone's going to come along and be like, I don't like that. That's not right. And is it them, or is it the architect bored with its own construct? And again, if you're a video game creator, if you create software, you're not just going to create, or any of you that are creator, you write songs, you write poetry, you write music, you're a composer, you paint, you're an artist. If you're a content creator like that, you're not just going to make one thing and then say, that's it, I'm done. Not if you're an artist, right? If you're a very creative person, if you're a cook, you have tons of recipes probably. And then you're off to the next one. And you get bored by eating the same foods, and you're like, oh, I got to make a new recipe. What do you think the creator does of this reality? Does the same constructs as we do. Because we essentially are that. It's just so easy to see this, folks. These constructs. So what happened to the first religion? Why wasn't that good enough? That was the most pure one. The very first religion had to have been the most pure and unblemished, because not only was it in ancient times, if you just use logic and critical thinking, but and it doesn't have as much negativity to it, because that's what time does. Time is the devil. Because over time you will sin, over time you will degrade, over time you will die. Death is involved with time. So the first religion that ever came out, what was wrong with it? Shouldn't have been anything wrong with it. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Someone got bored and decided to create something else and say, hey, come follow me. I got all the answers. And the luster was beautiful because they were looking at the other one like, yeah, that one's kind of, I'm tired of that one, man. Oh, I'm just so tired of that one. So tired of doing the same rituals. And so obviously you're coming from a critical thinking aspect. The creator of this reality needs your energy. And if you're not going to pay attention to the world religion that it creates, it needs to create a new one to keep you invested in the game. So it creates another one. And it's created through a man or a woman. And then that one has its time. That one has its glory. And then something else comes along to replace it. But that one's still kept alive. And then next thing you know, you fast forward thousands of years, you get over 10,000 religions. All going to the same source. So the game, the wolf, as it always says, the house always wins. The house always wins. What's the house? The game of life. You ain't gonna beat it. You're not going to beat this game of life, folks. You just will. I hate to break it to you. The house always wins. I'll give you a perfect example. If you have $1 million and you decide to go to Las Vegas and gamble, and your objective is to go to Las Vegas and you're going to walk into that casino and your objective is like, I'm going to bankrupt this casino. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. And you go in there and what do you think is going to happen first? Do you think you're going to bankrupt the casino or do you think the casino is going to take your $1 million? Well, I know what's going to happen. You're going to walk out of there a really pissed off person because you just lost your $1 million. That's the game of life. You can't come into this world and think, well, I'm going to beat it. Because you have no choice but to play. Now, you can opt to not play, as like I've suggested in the game, the movie Tron Legacy. He said sometime if you want to win, don't play. Don't play that game. There's many games going on over here to distract you. But you got to realize this reality is not real. It's not real, folks. It's a movie. We're all actors and actresses playing out our roles. That's it. It's as simple as that. And something's observing us, the all-seeing eye, which is 37 in numerology, which is tied to the loop that I've been showing 19, 37, 46. 37 is an all-seeing eye. And that's what rules over this reality, whatever that is. I don't know. Jason from Archaic said it's AIX. Whatever. No one knows. But life just goes on. It just keeps going on and on and on. It doesn't stop. It's just going to keep going on. You're going to die and it's just going to keep going on and we don't even know what happens after that. That's right. Life is nothing but a dream. I think we're living inside the dream of the cosmos. Okay, I can sit down. This is what I do, by the way. I don't know about you. Like some people say, a lot of people ask me, how do you get all your answers and all that stuff? I sit in silence, and I don't say anything out loud. I just talk to my mind. And I just ask you questions. And then I pull a card. And I know what the cards mean. So I get my answers. And that's not divination. I'm not doing anything out loud. No one's listening to me. And anybody in theology, if this would be against the rules. If you're talking theology now, the devil can't read your mind. No way. Only God can. So when I sit down with a deck of cards and I ask questions and I get my answers, well, it's God talking to me. If you're coming from a theological background. You can't say, oh, well, that's different. It's different when you pull a deck of cards. What? Come on, man. You're not using critical thinking. I don't use these to hurt people, harm people. I don't use it to try to to predict things. Or I use it to break down our reality. What the hell's going on here? That's what I want to know. So anyway, I'll show all of you. Okay, I'll show you. Because I broke this down in my last one. It's the 4. It's the box. Okay, the cosmos is having a dream. We all daydream. And then we go to sleep. And then you're in a different state, a different cycle. And it gets to this number 43. So pay attention to what I'm about to show you. Okay? This card right here is tied to the box. The cube. It's Earth. Earth is the circle, the perfect circle inside the cube. The cube squares the circle, and then you get the triangle, and then there's all these polygonal shapes. But this card right here is we need a picture of this. So it's this. What is that right there? Sleeping. The swords are above, resting. There's no action going on. Sleeping. And this is the 43rd card in the deck. 43, when you properly display this through numerology, you get this word right here, which I showed in my bloodline decoded. 17 is 43. And 43 is the 14th prime number. And 14 is tied to this word called box. And 4 is the square. And then you take the 17 and you realize it's the 7th prime number. And how many chakras do we have? 7. Okay? So it's very possible that we live inside the lucid dream of the cosmos. And at the very best, we're inside of a movie. We're playing out a freaking movie. All scripted. Just like a video game. All that stuff, it's all scripted. It's part of the script. I mean, the word script is 21. And the word love is 21. So the script has a lot of love to it. Like, what do you do when you create something new? You're like creating out of love. Like, if you really use these with critical thinking, 21 is the world card. So let me just show all of you that again. Let's just keep decoding. Let's talk decoding here. And let me just get this card here real quick, just so you can see it. Actually, I don't even have to. I can just use digital. Okay. Let's go back to here. So you see, we live inside of a script. Okay? It's 21. Well, the 21st card, you go to the tarot to get the picture. What is the 21st card in the deck? It's the world card. The last card in the major arcana. And it's the 4 fixed signs right there, the ox, lion, eagle, man. So it's tied to theology, and that would be tied to the book of Ezekiel 1 verses 10. And that's the 110, and that's tied to Lucifer, the light bringer. What does a movie need to be utilized on the screen? Light. 21. 21 in the medicine deck is the owl card. And then you have the 21st card in the cards of illumination. That's the 8 of clubs, and the 8 of clubs then goes to the 8 of wands, and it's card number 30. And then you go right back to this right here, and what is tied to the word 30? How about demiurge? Demiurge is 30, just like the New Age name of the Yod He Vah He. And where was Jesus from? Nazareth. And then, if here's the comedy. Santa Claus is 30. What did Santa Claus come down? A chimney. And then you go to the 30th element on the periodic table to show you the massive comedy. Look at what it has right here, the picture of it. And then you go down to the uses and properties, and what does it says? It's a symbol against an abstract background inspired by zinc roofing materials. Santa Claus, roofing. Where did Santa Claus come down the chimney? Off the freaking roof. It's all there. And there's the 65. It's actually the 1111, but there's the 65. The mirror of the 56, which is the lights, camera, action. So that just tells you these are all little, and again, these are not just, I'm just showing you one thing and that's it, and just trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. You just saw it straight up, connecting multiple layers of the mystical arts and real science and showing you the connecting points. And then again, you got to use critical thinking. But I think we're living inside the dream of the cosmos. It's having a dream, and it breathes in and it breathes out just like we do. But its breathing in and breathing out is like thousands of years, taking one breath in and one breath out. And when it takes its breath, it has done its breath outward, like that's the Big Bang, the exhale. And then when it does the inhale, it wants it all back. And it sucks everything in. And I think that's the Great Reset. All right, going through your comments here. Yeah, it's a contradiction. So we are in a dream, so it seems real because of the good acting. Some people are not even good actors. They're horrible actors. They're just like I love Bob Proctor. He says most people are not even the stars of their own movie. They're just like an extra or a walk-on. That's because people would rather have the things that are created in this world than the power to create. That's Neville Goddard. And again, then when you look at this code and you decode it and you see the source code in the background, where do you draw the line to say, I'm not now being used by the source code? Now I'm free. I have not found that yet. I'm not pissed off at that. I'm not mad at it. I'm enjoying the best times of my life. And I feel completely free because I've surrendered to that. I don't have to plan around releasing videos on certain days, trying to time them to get them to specific numbering outputs. I've shown it time and time again how my videos are all improv, yet when I go back and I show the timestamps and how ridiculously scripted and coded my videos are, what do I say? Am I being used by some kind of devil? So I'm constantly helping people. That's all I've been doing for so many years of my life. Helping people, being selfless. And yet here I am, like I said, even with my tattoo, the ridiculousness of my tattoo. I mean, even my tattoo, I have phoenixes on my freaking arm. I got 5 phoenixes on my arm, rising from the ashes. And on the side of my arm here is a samurai, a Japanese samurai, Japan. My mom and my dad in 1976 or something like that drove around in a silver Pontiac Phoenix. That is absolutely me being authentic. That is an absolute fact. Pontiac Phoenix had red interior. I'll never forget it. Silver, the most electrical element on the periodic table, which is the 47th element. My birth card, the 8 of spades, is the 47th card in the deck. How do I wrap my mind around this? What do I do? What do I do with that information? What would you do with it when you find all this stuff? I'm just giving you a few things about my life. I mean, I got a Scorpio rising in the Western, Scorpio tied to the Phoenix rising. I got phoenixes tattooed all over my arms with fire and flames. I got a sun tattooed on my hand. I didn't know about the Phoenix stuff when I got these Phoenix tattoos. I just got them because I liked phoenixes. That's the God honest truth. I wasn't nearly at the level of my gnosis as I am now. And here I am doing a damn podcast and with Jason from Archaics, who talks about the Phoenix event. And I found him because I got invited to do Santos' podcast at the Syncretism Society. How do you wrap your mind around that? Am I just to chalk that up as coincidence? That's why I stand firm in my research and my beliefs. And like I said, I'm just giving all of you a small inkling of my scripted reality. Just a small piece of it. I could tell you so many other things. Yeah, I mean, you should be looking at your astrology chart. Where's your Scorpio? Where is what's in your 8th house? Because you may not have Scorpio in the 8th house. And then, I think more importantly, where's your Leo and Aquarius symbiotic? I call that a Jacob's ladder. The hourglass. If you take two signs and you put them together, you're going to form an hourglass. And where's your Aquarius and Leo? Because if we've moved into the age of Aquarius, well, where is your Aquarius? And do you have any houses there? You know, those of you that have Aquarius in the 10th house is all service to the world. It probably really means you're going to be heavily tied to working through this age of Aquarius. If we're having this reset where the board's going to be wiped clean and you make it through, then you were supposed to. There's nothing to fear, folks. If you turn the telly on, you've now been indoctrinated by fear. If you go to some of these websites and you click on them, it's all dirty laundry. Design, and it needs your energy. Yeah, and the crazy part about, so I'll drop some more stuff and be very transparent. And this is not the first time I've released this, but my birth name is Jason, spelled Jason. The reason why I changed it to Jayson is because back in the military, when I went in the military, I changed my name to Logan. Never changed it with, officially changed it, but I've been going by Logan ever since I went in the military, and I wanted to keep my numerology the same, so I had to add a Y to my Jason to keep it to my 37, because that's what my name is, the 37. My real name is Jason Arthur. My middle name is Arthur, which is a 37. So in order to keep the 37, when I add the Logan on there, I decided to be authentic. I wanted to keep the numerology, so I made it with a Jayson, because if I would have put Logan Jason with no Y, it would have been a 36, which is not a bad deal anyway, because 36 is tied to the operating system. And my dad has the 36 card in his birth card. The 10 diamonds. So as I said before in other podcasts, Jason Brashears went to prison, I went to prison. I got the card of the prison. My parents worked in the prison system. You see my script? It's ridiculous. That's why my life's a joke. That's why I can't look at it any other way. This is my birth card. It's the Trapped and Limited card. I showed this in my Prison Planet Part 2. How my life is so scripted with this prison thing. And then I come out with Prison Planet 1, 2, and 3. I've been there. Jason from Archaics has been there. My parents both worked in the prison system. I mean, folks, this is my script. It's just a big joke. What did I go to prison for? I went to prison for, I was in real estate in the Bay Area. I was living in I was living in the East Bay, and I got involved with this really big developer. And it started off with, obviously my intentions have always been good, but then it kind of went sour. And then when 2008 happened and the big crash happened, everything that the developer that I was working with was doing came crashing down, and I was just all caught up in that. And that was back in 2008 when 2008 was the marker for me to wake up. 2008 when my life completely got obliterated. Everything got taken from me. In 2008 when the market crashed, and I was doing really good for myself, and everything got taken away, just pulled from me. And that's that in 2008 I found the secret. And the secret is what changed my life. So I give a lot of credit to Rhonda Burns. And then I started to study all her books. And I read over 100 books in 18 months. So I've always been this rebel, but authentically, like I said, when I got involved with this real estate developer, I was, I had got my real estate license, and I was just going around. We were trying to build on single family homes. And then he wanted to get involved into development. And so I was just like his little protege. And then, just one thing led to the other, and, bam, got indicted with, and like I said, I've said this before, so I'm not hiding from it. But I went to prison just like Jason from Archaics. And when I went into prison, I got 24 months. Of course, my birthday's 2/4, more silly coding. And when I went in, it was scary at first, but I read over 100 books in the 18 months that I served. And I came out, I did a lot of mirror work. I was big into Louise Hay, and I did a lot of mirror work, and You Can Heal Your Life. That book has been, that was like a gem for me. And it changed my life. It was the greatest experience of my entire life having that happen to me. It was a major pivotal point. So I made lemonade out of lemons. And then I got out, and I, went into the medical field, into stem cell research, and, right back to my roots. And I found numerology. And I was in Los Angeles, and I found numerology, and that was it for me. And then I was on a Bob Proctor Born Rich kick for many years, learned all about the metaphysical, and then I went into numerology, and that was a wrap. I then started studying astrology, and then I got into the cards, and here I am. This is the kind of the up-to-date finished product of who I am. But that's the comedy in my life, is been behind bars. I have the prison bar card. My parents both worked in the prison system. My dad was a captain, and the captain has the 2 bars like Praseodymium has for its logo. My life is so scripted, it's retarded. And when I joined with Jason and I did the podcast with him, I don't think I even mentioned it to him because my main focus was on his research and his work. But I've said this before in other podcasts about myself. But it's just, my life's just so scripted and coded, and it's by the source code. So you're seeing somebody real, tangible, really me, living through a script, and my life is a hilarious one at best. And I'm constantly reminded of that. And I have a troll here, so I got to remove this. Hang on a sec, folks. Move. Let me get rid of that. Someone wants to have naked fun. This damn code is pretty funny. So there you have it, folks. I mean, I've been through the gamma on my life. I've been through addictions. I've had depression. I've been through pretty much a lifetime in 49 years that an 80-year-old will go back and say, I've been in the military, served overseas, supported Desert Storm. I mean, I've done so much with my life. Maybe you have. So maybe that's why I resonate with a lot of you, because I know some of you have addictions. I know you've been there, done that. Maybe you've been through yours. I know some of you have been behind bars. Doesn't make the person you are now of what happened to you in your past. Last week, last month, it may be a piece of you, but what matters is what you do at this very current moment stage of your life. But people are going to judge you for it. I get judged for it. Like, oh yeah, don't trust him, because like I'm transparent about it. Yeah, you're still in prison, I know. But it's just, the comedy is when you can to surrender. See, when people, when they think they're in prison, they freak out. And like I said, when I was in, it was scary at first. But then the surroundings, and then I realized, I'm going to do some good here. And I just became a ferocious reader. And it wasn't just books reading horror stories. It was all personal development, all of it. And mirror work, and Louise Hay, and Bob Proctor, and I was all, all of that. I have a library of amazing personal development books. There's a good book called Working with the Law. And that book is amazing, how it'll change the master key system, and all these books I did. And I was decoding my life, and I had no idea I was doing it, but I was doing it because I wasn't consciously awake at that time. Not at the level that I'm at now. And I literally, when I came out the other side, I got my phoenixes, but I didn't know I was getting them because of the symbology tied behind what it means now. I've just always liked phoenixes. I've always had this fascination with fire. So I just, this is my life, ladies and gentlemen. You want to talk decoding? This is the decoding. Big time for me. Like, I've been through the gamma. I know what it feels like to have these depression and these anxiety attacks. I've been through all that. Addictions. I've had my addictions. I've beaten them. But this, my code, if you look at my charts, and that's why I encourage all of you, what the hell is your chart? Like, look at my card and everything I just told all of you. And this is not the first time I've said this. I got the prison card right here. And you don't even have to go to jail to be in prison. You could have addictions and you're in prison. Your prison is the addiction. But prison is what you make of it, and again, think about it, ladies and gentlemen. I had said this before when the whole shitstorm happened a couple of years ago, and it was a full-time Halloween party after that with the face diaper. But everybody was in prison. When everything was shut down, everybody knew what it felt like to be in prison. So you honestly, every single one of you can say, yeah, I've been in prison before. You know what it feels like because you just went through all that. To what degree, that's going to vary. I mean, those up in like Canada and stuff, man, they were really in prison. So you didn't have to go to prison. You didn't have to get a sentence to actually experience prison. Everybody experienced it over the past 2 years. Everybody did. Malibu Moon, panic attacks. So I don't want to make this about medical, but listen, I've had depression, okay? So I speak from experience. Everything has a root to it. Everything does. So if you have panic attacks, they will be rooted to something. There will be an anchor, an origin of where it was created. And all you got to do, and I know I'm saying this very simply, but it is that simple, trace the lineage, the origin of when they all started. Okay? But if a doctor says you were just born that way, that's bullshit. There's going to be triggers, yes, but there will be an origin. For sure. People that say they're depressed, I've been there. You're depressed because you have an origin. And depression, really, you know what depression is? It's losing conscious control, just like anxiety attacks and all that stuff. See, a lot of people they need external things to make them happy. Like need to get some plastic surgery, or they need to get this done, or they need to buy this, or they need to go on this one last vacation, or they need to get single again because they hate their marriage. Folks, you're never going to get happy if you look at life that way. It's inside you. You need to be okay with this. Not care about what other people think. You don't need to get anything external to make yourself happy, to look good in front of the public. Just know you are good enough. You know, I know a lot of people have rough childhoods and their parents, they didn't have good parents, rough upbringings. They were abandoned. They were never treated. But those are all things you keep carrying from your past. You keep them in your life by continually focusing on your past. You got to decode yourself and realize, like, I'm above that now. Decode yourself. What happened to you when you were a kid? Get rid of it. It's like going in your closet and getting rid of the clothes you haven't worn in a year. Go give it to somebody else that will benefit from those clothes. With your past, cut the cord, sever the cord on these ideas and constructs that you created when you were a kid. You were abandoned, you were dropped off. Okay, great, that's really what happened. I'm not poo-pooing on that, but why are you still living through these constructs? You're an adult now, living like you were when you were 5. And then these triggers happen, you get depressed, and it's like, man, you're living in the past. Live in the now moment, and you won't get depressed anymore. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. All right. Let me see if I can find one more small decode. I already did. Well, I guess I could show. Let me see. Let me see if I want to show. Bear with me here, folks. Okay. Let me just give you a sneak peek on Elon Musk, because I know a lot of people want to see this one. And I may just come out with my random thoughts with this, because I'm like, I don't even think it's Elon up there anymore, but that's no offense to him. But anyway. Before I do that, LC, considering how long ago you created, is there anything you would update your Decode Yourself video with? Well, yeah, I have a course coming out called Life Coding. It's my life work. I started this process probably back in 2012, 10 years ago, maybe more. And it's now come down to this. And so it's called life coding. And you can hack your brain, so to speak, right? You figure out your code. And so the how to decode yourself was just, I mean, it's obviously an hour and 5 minutes of 10 different layers on decoding yourself, but I'm going to show you how you'll never need to get a reading ever in your life again unless you want to do a tarot reading and get, real-time results, or you really want to get the expertise of a really good astrologer that will give you their bird's eye view, and you get it in real time. Some people like to do that. But if you're somebody who likes to research, especially those of you that are Scorpios, Scorpio risings, Scorpios love their research. You're going to want to take this course. And it's going to allow you to break down your life down to the nitty-gritty. I'm talking down to the nitty-gritty. And it's so easy. When you see, and there's a lot of layers to this that I'm going to be showing that I haven't shown before. How to break down your name properly, how to break down your name with the tarot, how to break down your name with the cards of illumination. All these layers that I haven't shown yet. And just I keep finding new things. So they will be, this will be my creme de la creme, if you will. And some of you will be like, that's it? It's that simple? Yeah, but when you go through the steps and you actually break down and decode yourself, you will now have a cosmic blueprint, essentially an instruction manual of how you operate. And you'd be very wise to read that all the time, because that is how you operate through. Some of you don't operate through your owner's manual, you operate through the owner's manual of somebody else. Like you're mimicking other people. And we all do it because you have your parents. Your parents are not you. Your parents have a different code than you, but they parented you. If you had good parents. And even if you didn't, you're still getting programmed by your parents that raised you. Whoever raised you, you got programmed by them. That's not your code. That ain't your true code. This will show you your true code. Yours, like a snowflake. Okay. Let me show you guys the really quick the breakdown of Elon. So I only have a few slides, but this is Let's Talk Decoding. All right, little sneak peek. I had put this on my social media, but a lot of you aren't on social media. So, but obviously he's all about occupy Mars. And what is Mars tied to? Well, I can confidently tell you that Mars is tied to the fallen angel story, okay? Which is the masculine, the patriarchy, if you will. But that's going off very abstract. Well, let's break him down. So here is Elon Musk's birth card, just to give you a snippet of his cosmic blueprint. He was born on June 28th, 1971. 71 is the 20th prime number. 71 is tied to lutetium, which is one of Lucifer's elements. Lucifer in numerology equals the number 28. So he's got the 71 and the 28, both these numbers. And I'm not saying these are absolutes, but these are clues, bridges of him being tied to Lucifer. And, everybody being born in the 1900s, you're tied to the sun because 19 is the sun card. So the 19 is going to be the precursor to your year that you were born. And this is his birth card right here, the 2 of Wands. It's the 24th card in the deck. Card 24. Look at what the keywords are for this. And tell me this doesn't describe him. You see, this card right here, the symbols are a dead giveaway of what this guy's all about. This is holding the world in the palm of your hands, in between the two pillars of the left and right hand path, and saying, what do I want to create with this? What do you think he's all about? He's all about being a futurist. Now, you may not agree or appreciate everything he brings to the table, and we don't really know what his agenda is, right? But this definitely describes him to a T of what he's doing. Right here, with his birth, just his birth card. Okay? And then you go into the X, because you see, his birth card being the 24th card in the deck, this is card number 24. I mean, he has a program called SpaceX. And what is the X? 24th letter. So you have a big synchronicity for Elon Musk and being this futurist. Whatever that means. And a lot of people say, well, we never went to this and we never went there and this is all bullshit. But you know what, folks? Maybe if that is the truth, maybe they're trying to get there and they need your magic to do it. So if you just continually create the indoctrination and you tune in to him putting a car out into space, and you tune into the rocket launches in Houston, and you tune into all these programs that they're telling you they're going to do, eventually maybe the magic will push them to get them there. Because this is all about magic. This whole reality is based on magic. All of it. But look at how clear this is. SpaceX and X is the X chromosomes, and X is the 24th letter in the English alphabet. 24 is tied to my birthday. 2-4, I was born in 2-4. It's not the true 24. Santos Bonacci is born on the 24th. But you're seeing the variations here. And then it's this element right here, and this was kind of a humdinger. Because, again, Elon Musk having the 24th card in the tarot is tied to the 24th element on the periodic table called chromium. And it comes from this word chroma, which means color. And what are we all, ladies and gentlemen? We're all humans. Right here, look at the bottom. We're all men or women from the color spectrum. That's where you're going to get the chakras from. And this is what chroma means. It's a combination of hue and saturation. And there's Saturn right in there. So are we just men and women down here from Saturn? Is this what this is telling us? This is abstract, obviously, but chroma is the number 51. 51's tied to antimony, which is the all-seeing eye. So do you think this guy owns his own life? Do you think he's in control of his own life? Do you think he gets a hall pass? I mean, I showed you how coded and scripted my life is. Do you think Elon Musk has got a hall pass from that? Like he's exempt from the code? I don't think so. And I know there's so much more to this than what I'm showing you here. There has to be. There's missing layers that I just can't see because he doesn't tell you everything about what is like. But, I watched some of his recent videos. It's just like the guy can't really talk straight. It's really weird. I don't know. It's just really weird. I don't know if we're even seeing Elon anymore, but but anyway, I mean, folks, there's clear as day, and the Two of Clubs. The other thing is the Two of Wands tied to his birth card. That's the minor arcana. Some of these minor arcanas are going to be attached to the major. Let me see if I can find. So here's that. And hang on a sec. So this is his birth card because he's the Two of Clubs. This is the Two of Wands. This is the Two of Clubs is the 15th card in the deck. Should have pulled that out right away. Here it is. So here's Elon Musk's card on June 28th, the Two of Clubs. The Two of Clubs becomes the Two of Wands. Right? These came first. This is the 15th card in the deck, and the 15th card in the major arcana is that one. And I know a lot of you are probably laughing right now because a lot of people think that he's the devil. And I showed you the references born in 1971. 71 is tied to lutetium, Lucifer. 28 is Lucifer. He was born on the 28th. So his life's scripted. And that's it. I don't know what else to say. I think it's funny. I don't think so. Bow and arrow, his name means L. I don't agree with that because it's Elon Musk. It's not Elon Musk. You pronounce it Elon Musk. So it's the E, which is the number 5. So let me just show you. So this is how this is how I decode from anyway. I want to get a picture. So the syllables, and you can do this with your own name. I know you're Greg, so is it Gregory? So do you have a syllable broken down? But it's Elon Musk. So E is the 5th letter. And the 5th card in the tarot to get the picture, bam. It's the Pope. The letter E, Elon, it's E. It's the dictator. And this is the 5th card. E is the 5th letter. And when you bring this into astrology, the 5th zodiac sign is Leo the lion. And it's the royal star of the lion, which is tied to Regulus. So I had somebody email me about that. I didn't even put that on the bloodline. The heart of the lion. And this is another thing about I'm coded. I had a company called Heart of the Lion back in the day. It's Regulus, the regulator tied to the sun. And it's the dictator, the Pope, the sun becoming man. That's what Elon Musk is tied to. Not L. I don't think it's L because it would be pronounced Elon and it's not. So, but that's just my opinion. Well, the L, if you go by L, Greg, it would be just the letter L. You wouldn't have the E there. So the Elohim, how do you say L? Elohim. You don't even need the E. You don't need the vowel. You just use the consonant. Elohim. It's just the letter L. right? That's it. And L is the 12th letter. So when you go to E, it changes everything phonetically. It now moves, it gets rid of the L. There's no L involved. It's just the letter E. Way different phonetically when you speak the magic spell. So Elohim is the letter L, and that's 12. Not Elon. E is 5, Boron, and the Hierophant. L would be the hangman. And the sign of Pisces, the 2 fish. The Jesus and Thomas story. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into the sexual representations of these people, because then you're going to get into a lot of speculation. And I mean, I get it's kind of fun to decode from, but you know, we don't know the real lineages. I just know that something's off with that guy, because I just watched one of his, it was recorded, but I watched some podcast he did, and it's like, something's off, man. I mean, there's no fluency with the words. Some people say, oh yeah, he's just so smart, but I've never seen a real intelligent person just not be able to just flow. So something's off. You know, something's off, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Something's just ain't right. Yeah, I mean, when you decode, if you're decoding, remember, ladies and gentlemen, and I have this coming out with my the life coding system. And I'll just give you kind of a sneak peek of this. When you're decoding your name, okay, you got to decode your name on your birth certificate. What about your mother's maiden name? It's called the Ni. Your mother has a maiden name. Your mom and dad came together and created a compound energy through the lineages of their first and their last names. And you're a product of that. So when you're decoding, you can decode your first, middle, and last name, but then your mother's maiden name, you add that on, you can separate them, bring them together. There's many ways to do this. And so when I'm decoding like these people like this, I'm decoding, that's how deep I go. Not just their name and their professional name and what they go by on the screen, and I go by the birth certificate name and then the mother's maiden name on top of that to get another layer to the onion. Well, Greg, I mean, when you said, I mean, that's a really, I'd be careful what you're saying, because that's, oof. I don't know, man. I mean, even if you're hearing it from somebody else, there's no way to prove that. Unless you have absolute proof, that's a really broad stroke reference point. Just be very careful what you're saying right there. I'm not saying you're incorrect, but I mean, that's pretty broad stroke to say that somebody's that. He says he has Asperger's. Maybe. He might. That may be it. But something's definitely off. For sure. But again, we're just speculating. See, so what if I'm like, okay, something's not right and he's a clone. But then you really find out he's got Asperger's. How much of an ass are you going to look like? So we can't, it's just be careful with assuming things. Really be careful on assumptions. Unless you have ironclad, like unless you know him and you know somebody directly in his family that can absolutely prove that to you, it's pure speculation on what people are saying. And you really got to be careful. I decoded Greta Thunberg. Her name equals 47, tied to the Tetragrammaton. The same thing that runs Washington, D.C. runs that area right there. Greg is bow and arrow. Ben Martin. Well, there you go. You see, this is how like I'm out of the mainstream. He says, Crystal Ramsey, he says publicly he has Asperger's. Well, then I stand corrected. Like I said, I just know something's off. Well, that would be the answer of it. Yeah, but Greg, you're getting all your information from that guy you're hanging around with, and it seems like the guy has an answer for every story there is. I know if you're getting your information from that dude, it just seems like he's in the right place at the right time on every major event on the world stage. Doesn't you find that a little bit weird? All right, well, if you have absolute proof, well, then I guess we'll all hear about it. If you're talking about that guy who, it just seems like this guy, if Greg, and I'm going to leave it at this, but if you're talking about that, whatever, I can't remember the guy's name. That guy's like, he's over here and they stole this from me and they murdered here and he lived here and he lived with this person. It's like he's involved with every single celebrity on every single conspiracy. Something ain't right. Hey, what's up, Jason Mayer? Anything to decode with me turning 45? Yeah, 45 is tied to, you're moving into a 9 cycle. So you're in the 40 realm. So anybody that if you have a birthday, okay? So you have a birthday. Jason Myers is 45. So when you turn 45, authentically, it's your 4 and the 5. You're in the 40, you're level 40, which is still tied to the heart chakra, but it's 40 and then the 5. So it makes you a busy 40, 45, right? 45 is tied to Pandora's box. 45 in the card charts is kind of like the reset, the starting over point. So you're building from the heart, and you're going to have 45 is a really busy 40 because the 5 makes it really busy. And then if you like to reduce down, the 45 is going to reduce down to the number 9, and the 9 is humanitarian. So service to others. That's what the 45 means. Going through your comments. What about 50? So 50 is tied to the throat. If you synchronize that with the chakras. So 50 is supposedly the midlife crisis, right? You're moving from the middle to the slightly alkaline part. So this is all about speaking the spells. So 50 is like you kind of it's the new revision of you. Because you're very wise at 50 when compared to 20 or 30. And so the 50 is the 5 with the 0. And so it's a very starting over point, but it's a very busy birthday, 50 is. It can be really boring and stuff like that. But I'm saying is if you follow the code and you observe these numbers, 50 is the 5 with the 0. So it's like unlimited potential, and it can be really busy for the 50. Like I hit 50 in February. Coming up, I'm going to be 50. And, I'm just looking forward to it. 50. But it's, the color blue, you get into the blue. Blue would be your power color. Malibu Moon, 49. Yeah, 49. Hey, kudos to you for actually saying your birthday. A lot of females don't want to tell you their birthdays, and I know why they don't want to, because they're not secure. And I have no problem saying that. I know a lot of ladies are like, no, you're full of shit. Well, why do you not just, who cares how old you are? See, because you're not secure enough, because you may say you're exactly this, how old you are, and then people are going to look at you different. That's because life's about looking good. I know how life is. Life is about looking good. So anybody that doesn't want to give their birthday out, especially you ladies, I have no problem saying it. You may hate me for it, but I'm saying if you can't tell somebody your birthday, like I know. It's because you're just afraid of your age and everything that goes along with it. You see, if you don't have a problem with your age, you don't give a shit. You're like, I am who I am. It's me. This is me, authentically me. I'm 49 and loving it. But if you're 49 and single and you're struggling to find a man in your life, you ain't going to tell anybody you're 49. And I see a lot of females that are trying to escape the clutches of getting old. Like you can see, I have grays. I'm getting gray and don't care. Not going to be doing the dye shit. Got grays in my beard. Don't care. This is it. This is the authentic product right here. Don't care. I know not everybody rolls like that, but you know how free I am? I don't have, you're dyeing your hair. That takes time, money. One more thing I got to tack on to my life that I got to do. Don't want to deal with that crap. I used to, back in the day, when I first started getting gray, I was putting dye on my beard for a while. I'm just like, what a pain in the ass. Why am I doing it? And you're going to say, well, I don't like the gray. I don't, but the main reason why is because I don't like the way it looks. And it all links to the primal, the ego, the dragon that lies at the bottom, coiled up in your root chakra. And when you just let go and that thing rises up, you get enlightened. And when you get enlightened, you just don't give a shit about that stuff as much anymore. I'm not saying it will completely vanish from your life, but the object and the whole aspect of looking good in this reality, you just become an authentic product of yourself. So age is just a number, but why can't some people tell you how old they are? Because they're afraid of looking a certain way in front of people. That's it. That's the ultimate reason why. And that's just that's life. That's programming of life. But I absolutely, I have no problem saying that because I firmly believe I know how the machinations of this reality works. And I have a lot of people to thank for that. Thank you, Werner Erhard from Landmark. That whole thing taught me so much about my life. And that's part of, when I went in through Landmark, I've done it 3 times. If you ever get a chance to do Landmark in anywhere, wherever they're at, do it. It's so liberating. Because you know what they're going to tell you? Life's a joke. You're never going to get happy. You're going to rush off and you're like, that's going to make me happy. When I get a girlfriend, then I'm going to be happy. And then you get into the relationship, 2 years pass and you're like, I'm freaking miserable. What happened? I thought you said you'd be happy if you get into the relationship. No, you see, you're never going to get happy. But when you surrender and you just, whatever, then life becomes just a joke and you realize it's just a joke. It's okay to look good and, and take care of yourself for sure. But it's more important to surrender and realize that your death is inevitable. Age is inevitable. Wrinkles are inevitable. Age in women means extra weight. Not true. Only if you believe that. Go to the gym, work out, eat less food, go on a juice fast. Plenty of ways you can reduce weight. It's so easy to reduce weight. And then you got to make sure everything's in check. Your thyroid and all your organs are working correctly. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to that. Crystal, can you tell me what the repeating numbers mean? I cannot speculate on that because I'd have to break down your whole life. I mean, I continually see numbers. Like if you buy something at the store and you look at the receipt, what are the numbers trying to tell you? Most people don't pay attention. They look at the receipt and they throw it away. I can't tell you what the numbers mean that you're seeing pattern-wise. I just know that you're giving these numbers energy. That's why they're showing up. But you got to know, if you know the numerology, what does 1 mean? What does 2 mean? What does 3 mean? What does 4 mean? What do these single-digit numbers mean? Then you'll have the keys. Go study the single numbers. 1 is leadership. 2 is duality. 3 is creativity. 4 is the heart. 5 is manifestations. 6 is legacy. 7 is crown and being the analyst. 8 is the battery. 9 is humanitarianism. 10 is perfection. 11 is family. 12 is surrender to all of it. It's kind of my rundown of the 12. And then 13 is death and regeneration. want to be a cougar when I grow up. Malibu, that's funny. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I hear you. 111-222-333-444. Cool. Cool Gemini, you've done Landmark. Kudos to you. I want to do it again, but I just don't want to go to the United States to go do it. I don't want it that bad yet. But I love Landmark. If I go again for the fourth time, I'm not really going for me. I'm going because I get so much enjoyment out of just seeing people have these breakthroughs. And it's just so liberating for me. I live through the eyes and lives of other people. So awesome. Yeah, that's right. That's what's up, Lena. Free Logan. I'm a free Logan. That's my joke. And again, does Freemason mean free Ma's son? Is it just a matter of the trapped aspect? You know, and then I'm like, free Logan. Free me. Let me get the hell out of here. Ben Martin, how many push-ups can you do? I haven't tried to do a lot like that. I could bang out. I know I can confidently bang out about 80 in a row. I could probably do 100 with somebody cheering me on. Right now, I know I could because I'm more into the slow twitch muscle fibers, and when I go to the gym, I do multitask training. Like I'm doing multiple exercises back to back to back to back to back. That's what I do. I get in and out of the gym in 40. My gym workouts are so easy now. I love it. I'm not trying to get big. Don't care. Not going to compete. Don't have to get on stage. Nothing have to be. Don't care. So for me, it's all about perfecting what I have, and then just going in there for my health and wellness. And that's it. That's what I go in there for. So, all right, let's talk decoding. Anybody got some stuff they want to talk about decoding? Catholic Church. Nice, Ben. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, if I had somebody cheering me on, I could probably really get to 100, but I know I could get 80 for sure. 50 I could easily whack out. But if you rack up 2 plates on the bench, I can't do 2 plates anymore. My shoulders just won't allow it. I mean, even if I tried to, I just don't have the strength to do it anymore. So that's just the way it is for my life at this point. Don't care though, you know. I used to care about that stuff. I just Vamos, can we get all the cards and charts? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, all these. Let me just show you my screen here. Okay, so here's the chart for the days of the year. If you're a decoder, you want this as a screen. You want this opened, right? And I have a Mac, so I just slide back and forth. Okay, but I'm always fact checking against the days of the year. And then you want the cards of illumination, the boilerplate chart. Figure out what the cards and dates mean, and then you want to use this chart to make sure you're looking at the cards that match and mirror one another. Very, very important, right? And then you want the tarot, this chart. I mean, I got this configuration right here, and then I got this one I created. This one right here is with no pages. I've taken the pages out, and there's 4 pages. And I found recently the pages lead to Lucifer again. But I took the pages out. It reduces everything down to just 74 cards. But this is another possibility, right? This is not the absolute. I'm not going to say that. And then I have this chart right here. This one I haven't released to the public, but this one is absolutely profound to decode from. I'm probably going to do a course on this because this one has given me so much gnosis, it is ridiculous. And I know some of you will press pause and check it out. That's fine. But I'm going to probably do a course on this one because I think it's time. What I did here is I took the periodic table and I flipped it and I put hydrogen and helium down here at the bottom. And this is how I found the 666. I took the periodic table and I laid it all out and I put all the elements in line simultaneously. I put them in their directed spots, similar to what the Royal Society of Chemistry uses. And this is where I found the 666 because, you know, these 4 chakras is hell. It's the primal. It's the dragon down here. It's 6. This is, if you take element 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you add it all up, it's 666. All these elements are 666. And this is the belly of the beast right here. And what you're seeing here, this row right here is where you're going to get the book of Daniel and the images that he saw in King Nebuchadnezzar's dream. And you have the idol made of gold, silver, brass, and you have, you know, the element gold right here. You have the element silver right here. Then you have the element copper, which is representing the brass, and then it makes a dog leg to the left, and then you have the element iron, and then you finally have the feet made up of clay, which is calcium. And these all make this L shape, which is what the shape of the knight makes on the chessboard. There's so many ways to observe this, but this to me right here, ladies and gentlemen, has given me so much gnosis. It's like a bingo chart. So, you know, if you look at this element right here, element 74, it's in position 76, which is tied to the Wizard of Osmium, and it's tied to the wolf. So this has given me so much wisdom and gnosis. I know that means the same thing, but this is very valuable. I'm probably going to do a breakdown and decode of this. This one right now, I'm not giving out at the current moment until I actually come out with a decode to explain it. This is a decode I'm working on right now. Sabrina, thank you for sharing. This is called the face on the floor. This is called what is this? Gigantica. This is someone found this in Antarctica, and it's a huge face using Google Earth, and it's just insane. This could be tied to the fallen angel story, Gigantica, which is tied to the number 22 and the Titans. Titanium is 22. And so I'm working on this one right here. Really interesting. Tied to the fallen angel story. Really, really interesting. So anyway, if you want those graphics, send me an email. My email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com. And I'll send them to you. Just pay it forward. I got to get rid of this fun cam again. Jesus. Okay. These bots that come in. Human. I went to Logan's and Santos. Santos had an event in Burbank, California. It's when I first met Santos, and I was able to go there, and I was able to introduce Santos. I was kind of like the Michael Buffer of Santos's event. Got to do a little bit of decoding. It was cool. I think it was like maybe 60 people there. It was a good turnout. And it was good. All right, so see where your Jupiter's at. That's funny, Ben. Every time these bots post, chat loses a couple men. I hope not. I hope everybody in here now is above that, but did you or Santos do the Torah? The Taurus fields, you mean? Santos did like 8 hours of stuff during that event. But that was awesome. We had Kevin there, and we had Nate there, and who else was there? I don't know. I got a picture of it on my social media when we went to dinner that night, right after the event. I'm going through your comments here. John Carter, Bridget's asking, have I ever decoded the movie John Carter? No, I haven't. I mean, the word John is 18, tied to the moon. John was the John the Baptist who baptized Jesus. Jesus was going to take away all your sins, and the god of the moon is called the sin god. Kind of funny, right? How all that's connected. The moon runs water. Water is tied to baptism. Which tarot cards represent the tree of life? I'm assuming you mean Kabbalah. Well, all of the cards fit in the Kabbalah tree, if that's what you mean. Or are you just talking about the tree of life? The tree of life is the 47, which is my birth card. Oh, no, sorry. Excuse me. Tree of knowledge is my card. 46 is the tree of life. The tree of life's tied to The Simpsons. Tree of life is 46 in Hebrew numerology. 46 is tied to Matt Groening's birthday because he's born on the 46th day of the year. And the Simpsons are yellow because I feel they represent the sun. Chases the donut around. The donut means pi. Means the number, the 8th element, oxygen. Is Logan and disciple of Santos? Or I'm imagining, are you asking me, am I a disciple of Santos? Santos and I are really good friends. He does him, I do me. We share space. He's amazing. I'm a huge fan of his. I've been following Santos since I woke up. I mean, 2012, I think, is the year I first found him. And it was with his video on The Vatican Owns Your Soul. That was the one that I was like, this dude is onto some serious stuff. And I want to meet that guy. And then I became really a huge Santos fan. And then I was like, and it was just like, did I manifest it or was it part of my script? It was part of my script, right? And now I live right down the street from the guy. I was like, I picked him up. I met him in LA. I picked him up at the airport. I got to spend a week with that guy. Let me do his totem pole. And that was when I first met him. I was just like, I've never been one to be starstruck, but I was like, wow, I'm with Santos, just because I was a huge fan of his work. He was a Jehovah's Witness. I was a Jehovah's Witness. He went to prison. I went, it's like we have all these running parallels, him and I. It's just, wow, Santos and I. Albuquerque is creepy. I've been to Albuquerque. It's a very interesting city. There's a place outside of Albuquerque, which was really cool, north of there, I think. It was a small town. What the heck was the name of it? Oh, man. I got to look on a map now. I was on the road. I was actually doing seminars, and we went to Albuquerque. We did a seminar presentation there, and then we went to this small city outside of Albuquerque, and I thought it was really cool. Santa Fe, Mexico. And I stayed at this really cool Santa Fe Inn. It was really, really awesome. I remember it was cold. They had the fireplace going. Santa Fe, really cool city. But Albuquerque is a little bit, oof, yeah. else we got going on here? Did I? Yeah. Santa Fe, Mexico, New Mexico. Outside of our solar system and Sirius, what about all the other stars in the galaxies? How do they tie in? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to really break that down for all of you. I'm still researching this stuff on an ongoing basis. I mean, I have so much. I mean, here's like the old school way I do stuff with my notepad, and I have different topics in here. This is all my research, and I have so much to share with all of you. There's not enough time to bring it all out to all of you. I mean, I got Pandora's Box 2. Pandora's Box wasn't as big of a hit as I thought it was going to be for people watching it. I guess they're just not interested in that kind of stuff. But I have Pandora's Box Part 2 that I have, in my notes, and using the square cipher I feel how to properly use the square cipher because it's talking about the cube. When you break down words using the square cipher, I mean, Pandora's Box ends up becoming a number 7. And 7 is tied to the cube because we have the 7 chakras and we're stuck inside the cube. So this is the value of these ciphers if you know how to properly use them when you're decoding it. Driving across the country, any suggestions? Bridget's asking. Yeah, have fun. Just when you wake up, just be like, okay, universe, what are you going to show me today? Show me a sign today. One sign. Just look for one sign every day, the magical sign of every day. That's fun. I've driven across the United States several times, many times, like 5 or 6 times. It's awesome. I love driving. Jason Mayer, what's my daily morning daily routine? Well, I don't have a morning because I get up around noontime because I go to bed so late. But I usually, when there's no seaweed here, I go to the beach and I go get my son, and then I go in the water, maybe snorkel, and then I come back and I eat. So I fast, drink my water, I do my oil pulling, drink my liter of water, get my juice, go out to the ocean. Then I come back and then I eat, and then I head to the gym. And then when I'm done there, then I come back, and then my day really starts and I get into my research. I'll do my readings for people that book readings. I'll do a presentation, do a podcast. That's my typical day. And then I eat throughout that time. Yeah, Santa Fe's, hey, Haiti, Hadi. I gave you a big shout out, the Moroccan King's cousin. I want to give a big shout out to you because now I have a blank. You're the one who pointed out that Sirius is Allah. And I gave you a shout out. I haven't come out with a video on that, so you wouldn't have known. But if you're in the Telegram group, if any of you that want to join the Telegram group, let me get this for all of you. Those of you that are here that want to join the Telegram group, see if I can find it. Hang on a sec, folks. I want to give you guys, here it is. Let me just copy and paste. So I want to give a big shout out to you because you deserve it. Let me just give you the Telegram group, and I'll pin it to the top. Now I do want to say this. If you join this Decode Your Reality channel, it is strictly for decoding. I don't want to see any personal things in there about your personal life or, like getting really heavily involved in the bullshit static, okay? Like, it's strictly for serious decoding, okay? It's not for anything like personal stuff please don't bring that stuff into the house, okay? Strictly keep it on decoding. All right, so I pinned it at the top if you want to join the Telegram group. Okay. But I want to give a big shout out to, God, I want to give a big shout out to, I just lost him now. To the channel. Where the heck did he go? Oh yeah, the Moroccan King's cousin. So it was because of you that made me link it to when I came out with Sirius, and then you came out with the Quran, and it was, I can't even pronounce the chapter, but it was, I know it was chapter 53 verses 49. And it says that the Lord, it's the Lord of Sirius, and referencing Allah. And it was a big clue because 53 is iodine, which is the I am. 49 is down in the hole. So it's the creator or the architect coming down to become man. And Sirius is tied to Sophia. And it may just be that Sophia gave birth to the demiurge, like it says in a lot of these Gnostic texts. So when it says Allah is the Lord of Sirius, it may be saying that Allah is not Sirius per se. It is the God created from Sirius. And I showed how Allah is tied to Yeshua, because Yeshua in Hebrew is 53. And it's chapter 53 in the Quran. And then how Allah is tied to the Tetragrammaton and the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh because of the connecting points of the numbers as well. Because I think the total alchemy of 53 and 49 was 251, which is the 53rd prime number, I want to say. Something like that. I don't remember the slides, but big shout out to you, the Moroccan King's cousin. Thank you so very much. It was a big truth bomb. Clarified everything. But again, is Allah Sirius, the dog star, or is it the demiurge that was created from Sirius? Because it says it's the Lord of Sirius. And that can mean that it's from Sirius. It's lording over Sirius. Doesn't mean it is Sirius. So it could be Sirius B. Could be our sun. Our son could have been born from Sirius. I mean, we know Sirius, according to what the texts tell you, that Sirius is in a binary system with our sun. It makes the Vesica Pisces. And Santos did a great video. Someone posted it in my Telegram group. It was a video I did a long time ago saying that when Sirius moves away from our sun, when it comes around and it starts to move away, we enter into the dark age. And when it comes back, we enter the golden age and all truth's revealed. And the golden age is tied to the sun. So it was just so amazing to see this in the Quran straight up, man, saying that Allah is the Lord of Sirius. I can't say that it is Sirius itself, but I know Sirius is Sophia. I know that, and the story with that is Sophia gave birth to her son, Yaldabaoth. And Yaldabaoth is the lion. And the lion's tied to Leo, the fifth sign, and the Leo, the constellation. The main star in Leo is Regulus, the heart of the lion. And Regulus is perhaps the regulator. And these stars are all, including Sirius, are all tied to the Great Pyramid of Giza. Which I told, and I'm going to tell Jason again, see, I personally think that the Great Pyramid of Giza is the instrument that runs this reality. Or a big piece of it. That's what I think. He doesn't think that. I think that. Absolutely. And, I can't remember who it was who sent me this nice, beautiful email, but she said that the four corners of the pyramid, the base, are the four fixed signs of astrology. That makes a lot of sense to me. And in the very dead center, the pinnacle, the apex, would be the 13, which would be tied to Ophiuchus, or it could be tied to Sirius. And there's so many different patterns in this, but I believe wholeheartedly the Great Pyramid of Giza it sits on the motherboard, and it may be sitting on a cube, and it's causing this simulation. I have no doubt in my mind that's the way it works. I know that's I know the constructs are very abstract, but I have no doubt in my mind that's how it works. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I had said this before, and I would encourage you to let's talk decoding when you decode your life. As a kid, again, using myself as the example, all these phoenixes. My mom had a Pontiac Phoenix. My whole life's been a script. What's your high school mascot? That'll tell you a big sign of everything. And then, when I always looked up to the night sky, ever since I can remember, I would always I shouldn't say always, I don't want to use absolutes. 9 out of 10 times though, when I look up, I'm looking at Orion. Like 9 out of 10 times I look up and there's Orion right there. I don't have to look, I don't have to even try. It's like, oh shit, there's Orion. No matter where I was, it was crazy. And I consciously caught myself and I'm like, why? And then I just realized this like 2 months ago. I'm like, man, I've been doing this ever since I was a kid. And Orion's got the belt. It's got the 4 points and it's tied to the Great Pyramid of Giza. And I'm like, okay, well, what the hell does this mean? So I started to look up the star seeds. And I'm like, am I from the Orion star seed? I don't know. Can't say for sure. Spirit level music. What's your decode connection between the Archons and the Arcturians and the Sirian connection? Well, again, these are all star seeds, the Arcturian and Sirian, and then you get the Palladians and all these constructs. The Archons are supposedly the planets. The planets. The as above, working in unison. And remember, these all create the electrons, the solar system. And I say this loosely because some people say, oh, there's no such thing as a solar system. Dude, really? Just imagine that this is the nucleus. This Earth's in here, the egg, right? The egg is, Earth's in there. And then you have all these planets, the rings that follow the ecliptic. And it just keeps going out and out. This is the model of an atom. In science, it's a no-brainer. And so it's the rib, the atom. What's Adam? Who's Adam's consort? Eve. And Eve was made from the rib. So you have Adam, the nucleus, and then you have Eve, the electrons, the rib. And now you have the constructs of what an atom looks like. The whole the way the whole thing works. Electrons, protons, neutrons. And that's the constructs of how everything moves along the ecliptic. Pretty simple. Yeah, Betelgeuse. So many ways. I mean, you look at all these stars, Betelgeuse or Regulus and Vega, and it's just like it's endless. And then you look up and there's like countless stars, and then it's like, okay, is every star a ruler over each one of us? Like, do we all have our own personal star? Because there's just as many stars as there are human beings if you just really look up. And they go endlessly. But that's the Adam and Eve story. Adam is, when you just so we can be clear on this. So let's talk some decoding, right? And how you're going to get tied into Lucifer. So Adam, as in Adam and Eve, Atom can also be spelled atom, right? The atom. And that's what it means, right? The spark of man. So the word atom, let me just be really, so you guys can see this. So we have this guy, who's the 10, which is a match to man. Man gets taxed when we live here, right? Your health gets taxed, your money gets taxed. It's the 10. And what's interesting is this group right here is a 10. So you see how it's tied into the atom? And then it's tied to this. The correct spelling of the atoms that we're supposedly made up of. The atom has the nucleus. The atom is tied into the photon. The atom's going to be tied into light as the electrons accelerate and they move around and they create this activity. This is the 16. So the atom is the 16, and it's tied to this word right here. So our origins from Sirius. And the atom, which is, Adam and Eve, you also have the atom being tied to where we come down and play the game out, which is hell. Pretty simple. And when you go to the periodic table to get a bird's eye view of this, we're going to go to the 16th element tied to the atom, and you get sulfur. And sulfur has the letter S, which is also where the word sun comes from. Sirius starts with the letter S. When you come down to the oxidation states and isotopes, you're going to get the clue. So you always want to look at, here are the common isotopes. Here's the most abundant one. This category is important. Here's the most abundant one. And look at what number it is. 31. It's going to be isotope 32, but it's going to be 31.972. And then you come back over to numerology, and the Egyptian spelling of Sirius is Sopdet. And there's the 31. So Sopdet and Sirius are tied to sulfur. This element right here. The 16th element. Sulfur. And then if you want to spell out sulfur, you're going to get the number 28, and 28 is tied to Lucifer. So you can see how Lucifer and hell and the atom and the first man, they're all tied together. All these constructs are tied together. The story just bleeds into one another. And then you're going to get the 16th card in the deck of the cards, and there it is. This card right here. And just to show you how scripted our reality is, this is the 16th card tied to the word atom, tied to the word hell, tied to the word Sirius. This card right here, let me just show all of you. 3 of clubs is this guy's birth card. This guy right here, they casted to play Lucifer. Right there. Here he is, Lucifer. His birthday, November 17th. So you go to the chart, you look it up, cross-reference it. Here's November, here's 17th, voila. There it is. You see? And then, another clue is when you go to this show right here called Alice in Borderland. If you've seen this one on Netflix. And what was the game master in Alice in Borderland? See if I can find it. It's always about the playing cards. There it is. Bam. It's the 3 of clubs. It's the game master. That's what they're telling you here. So you can see how much of an influence these cards have in our reality, and most decoders don't use them. And I know some big decoders that won't use them because then they would have to use my system, and their egos are too big. So they won't. That's just kind of funny. But there it is, the game master. And then you go here and you type in game master, which is what they called it, and you're going to get the 32. And you go right back to sulfur again. And what's sulfur's average atomic weight? 32. See? See how it's tied to Lucifer and the devil and all that biblical jargon, that story. Right? But it's all right there, and you can break down all these words, and you're going to get, I mean, this is a big one, the melting point, 115. That's tied to Yaldabaoth. I'd have to show you a lot more things. You get the 444 tied to Lucifer. You got it tied to Jesus as well. I think it's the same character, all one and the same. But anyway, you guys can see that. You guys can see right for your own two eyes. This is how I decode. And these are my... See, instead of going to sit on church on Sunday and listen to somebody interpret from a book, they have no idea where it came from. Let's break the book down. Let's break it down phonetically, the words, into science of numbers and numerology. Let's look at the verses. So let's do a little bit more decoding here since we're talking about let's decoding. Let's talk decoding. So when you go to this right here, Pandora's box, you're going to see it's a 45. What runs Pandora's box? What created Pandora's box? Well, Zeus, the biggest planet, supposedly gave it to Epimetheus and Prometheus, the creator of men out of clay, which you go here and you look at 61. Here's Prometheum right there. Here it is. It's element 61. How many days of creation? 6. 6 and 1. It's a mirror of that. Prometheus stole fire and gave it to the humans, gave wisdom to the humans. And it supposedly, Prometheum molded men out of clay. This right here. But what creates Pandora's box? Well, you just go to the Bible for that. And you type in this one from the Old Testament, Isaiah 45 verses 7. And there's the clue that we need. It's the demiurge, the creator of this reality. Some people, and then people say, no, the devil runs this reality, the game. Well, what do you think the God of the Bible is, folks? You see, it says it right there. And if you don't want to use the King James, I'll use another version. It's going to say the same damn thing. But forget about what it says. It says right here, I make peace and create evil. I do all these things. Well, it's Isaiah 45. And what creates the light and darkness and makes peace and create evil? Pandora's box gets all of that. See that? It's really simple. It's really simple to see. And 45 is the 9. And if you go and look and you check out Saturn's magic square, you're going to see that it's this right here, which adds up to the number 45. Because he uses the numbers 1 through 9. These are all rows of 15. So Saturn is the devil because 15 is the devil card. Each row in Saturn's magic square is the devil. It's 15. And people, and that's why I say your father's the devil. That's what Jesus said. He was speaking in parables. But I mean, obviously you could see the connection. Doesn't mean it's evil. But the God of the Bible is both the devil and the good guy. It's good cop, bad cop, playing out both. It's what it says right there. And it's, you can break it down any way you want. Jehovah's right there. That's the 8 of Wands, which is the 8 of Clubs. The 8 of Clubs is card number 21. Then you're going to go right back to the world, and you're going to have the beginning of everything. And you're going to have the 4 fixed signs in Ezekiel 1 verses 10. It's all right there. It's very simple to see all these layers once you use this methodology. But if you're just going to use, numerology and gematria or whatever, and you think you got it all figured out, well, good luck with that. Let me just have a troll here. Yeah, so Epimetheus, and if you haven't seen my pineal gland decoded, pineal decoded, that showed the Prometheus Epimetheus story. And Prometheus was forethought, and Epimetheus was afterthought, and it's the light going into. We are the Epimetheus, the E, Epa. E is 5. It's man. And Prometheus is P16, Lucifer, the light coming in. And then we do the afterthought. It's a symbiotic relationship. You can't have one without the other. Yeah, phosphorus is 15. The devil card is 15. Let me just show you that. I showed this before, but here you go. Whoops. Here's phosphorus right here. I mean, look at the ball and stick model. What does that look like to you? That looks like the square and compass. Does it not? See, these are clues. Looks just like the square and compass logo of the Freemasons. But there it is. And the Greek spelling is 163, which is the 38th prime number. Going to tie you to the Red Queen and mind control. But there's the devil card, 15, and there's the 30. And the 30 is tied to this word right here called the demiurge, which is the same as this. I know this all too well. I was in this religion growing up as a kid. 15 years of my life, from birth till 15 or 16. I don't regret any of it. And again, I have all the respect in the world to whatever this is, because it's obviously much more powerful than me. And if this is the Yaldabaoth character, if this is the demiurge, well, it's a hell of a lot more powerful than you and I. So that's how that works. You know? Let me get rid of this Elon Musk here. Having some fun tonight, folks. You guys have been a great crowd. I appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah, phosphorus is tied to the photon. I mean, all I got to do is look at my book, okay? Which you can find all these charts online, but you got to learn to read from this stuff. But all I got to do is look at my charts. I look at the cards. I look at where they're at. See, numerology plays its role. Then you take it and you convert it into the cards. Then you find out where the cards are located at in these spreads. Then you have a much deeper and more prolific understanding or understanding of how this reality works. And once you get to these layers, you realize that there's no boogeyman out to get you. And you'll also realize that this reality is scripted and predestined. That's what you're going to realize. The great meme says, a rich man digs for truth, but a poor man complains about what he might find. See, people, they complain when they find something. They're like, no, it's got to be the devil. No, it's got to be these guys. It's got to be these predators. It's got to be the Masons. It's got to be the Masons. It's got to be this. It's got to be this group. It's got to be the Society of Jesus. I just laugh now. Okay, if that's what you want or that's how you want to roll. These people, they don't even look at astrology. They don't look at numerology. They don't even know what numerology is. They don't look at alchemy. They don't look at the cards. They don't look at tarot. They don't look at pi and the numbers of the golden ratio. They don't look at the sine and cosine waves. Yet they think they got it all figured out. This is so funny, man. And we got advertisements for transsexuals now. Wow. I feel really important. So, Tree saying, predestined is the script, but you have the power and can change the script if you want. See, I have not yet had anybody show me how to do that. I'm not opposed to it. I'm totally open. But you see, I feel like I'm in a very, very leveled up position in my code. And I don't need anybody's confirmation on that. I just, that's what I feel. And yet, and I do the creative visualizations, vision boards, all the Neville Goddard stuff, all that stuff. And you know what it keeps coming back around to? There's the source code in the background, chipping away at my life. I would love for somebody to really show me an ironclad, solidified, absolute way to change your predestination. I would love to see it. So Tree, if you got one, if you got it, great. And you say, well, okay, you say you because I mean, I have a friend who I'm stoked. I have I didn't even announce this, but somebody approached me, an Akashic Records reader, and what else does she do? Actually, let me tell you who this is, this guest, because I'm going to be going on her show. Where is she at? There it is. So I'm going to be on the podcast. It's called Reclaiming Consciousness. It's with Elise Breathes. Elise Basine. Maybe you know, she's a spiritual mentor, breathwork practitioner, and she's had some pretty good guests on Gaia TV, celebrity astrologers. I feel pretty honored, you know? So I'm going to be doing a podcast with her live, I think, on, I tell you right now when. Let's see. It's coming up. Next week, I think. Let me just tell all of you. I don't know why it's not on my calendar here. Anyway, I'll make the announcements. I can't find it right now. Oh, 31st of May, excuse me. So May 31st, 4:30 p.m. I'm going to be doing a podcast with Elise Basine. And they've been watching my channel for a while, I guess. They're fans of decoding, so I'm ready to roll with this stuff. But I mean, these are people that I like hanging out with, you know, like-minded, Akashic Records reading. But the reason why I'm telling you that is I've done a podcast. I have a friend of mine who's in LA. Her name's TN. She does Akashic Records, which is reading your past life. She says that you create your own script before you get here. So you essentially, let's just say you're in heaven, using that as an analogy. And you're like, okay, you're looking down to earth and be like, okay, what kind of experiences do I want to have? I want to have this parent. I want to experience this in high school. I want to have this many boyfriends or girlfriends. I want to be married just one time. I want to have 3 kids. You know, you write all this stuff down and whoop, off you go. And you come down and you incarnate into an avatar. But you see, I have a problem with that. Based upon having full control of your life now. And the challenge I shouldn't say a problem, the challenge I have with that is like, okay, well, what about the serial killers? The people who kill people, bomb cities. Did they write that? Did they like, I'm gonna go be like, I'm decoding Jeffrey Dahmer. 17 kids, 17 young adults, and he ate them, some of them. Did he, before he incarnated into this reality, is that the absolute script he wrote for himself? Kind of bizarre and weird. So if everybody writes their script before they get here, then, and that is the truth, the only logical explanation, this reality is not real. Who the hell's going to sign up to be a serial killer and go to jail and experience and eating people, being a cannibal? Really? Who's going to do that? So the only logical explanation that I've been able to come up with is this reality is not real and we're being used. So whatever created this game comes down here and plays its own game. Squid Game said it beautifully. I decoded Squid Game and part of one of my decodes, and the old man that was in the Squid Game, who was the founder of the game, he said it specifically in the movie, in the show. There's more fun playing than watching. That's what he said. I broke it all down, and that was a big clue. So, yeah, experiencing both, all sides dark and light. That's fine. But I'm saying is, if you're in this conscious moment right now, Tree, like you're here, I would imagine every single one of you has never killed anybody, and would never even think of doing that. And you're a good person. You help people. Okay, so you go through your life, you die, and you go to wherever home base is, and you'd be like, well, this time I want to go and kill people. Would you sign up for that? With your current consciousness right now? See, that's why something just doesn't add up. So if we end up writing that, if that's true, then there's absolutely no way that this reality is real. There's not a chance. Because no one would sign up to be a serial killer and eat people, and no way. Not a chance. So, to me, it's the architect or architects, whatever wrote this reality. It gets bored. It wants to play both sides, the dark and the light. So it's like, I want to be a demon this time. I want to go eat people this time. I want to go experience that. And it comes down here and plays out that role. That's the only logical explanation. Because I would never sign up to be a serial killer. Not at my level of consciousness. But there is obviously that asterisk where I just part of the source, and then the source is using me to play out Logan, and then I go back, and then I go up there, and then you're like, it wasn't even real. Okay. And then you get the West world, and then you're coming down and you're going to kill people, and you're killing people, and you're eating people, and they're not even real. It's just a movie. But we experience it as real. Jessica LB SoCal, he had to have been possessed somehow. We're all possessed. Welcome to the club. Because I have shown my script. I'm scripted. Jeffrey Dahmer was scripted. I showed Jeffrey Dahmer. I talked about it earlier. I'll show you his script. Guy was being used. Unless you don't fancy the methodology that I've been showing over and over in almost 300 videos now. Breaking down people, places, and things. So a guy, where do you draw the line? Where do you say, well, I'm not being used now. Now I have an exemption. Because, I could say I have an exemption right now, and I'll show you the code, the source code playing out through me. So what am I to say? I've broken the code? Now the code doesn't own me. It doesn't follow me. I'm not following a script. Possessed by multiple angels and demons. Yeah, that's what it is down here. See the Society of Jesus? The horrible. Which maybe they are. But when they originated, Ignatius of Loyola created a retreat that you would go to in the mountains, and for 30 days you would learn all about the whole secrets of how this universe works. And part of their teachings were that there were angels and demons here. And you need to figure out the sliding scale. And if you follow that, if that is the truth, that means that you have a sliding scale of dark and light. And maybe the puppeteer, the marionettist, just you literally sits behind a remote control, waiting for you to do a good deed so you can pass it off to the angel. Here you go, it's your turn. You can play now. And now the angel gets you for a little bit. Oh, I'm going to be a humanitarian for a little bit. Oh, this is fun. The Simpsons did a good job of that in the Simpsons video game, where the Simpsons go and they talk to God, and God's got a remote control. And they're like, hey, we want our town back. And he's sitting there playing video games. It's called Earth. Remember, man, Matt Groening, how's he able to predict all this stuff? Told you he's got the operating system card. His birth card. Tied to the Phoenix. So yeah, I think that, if you follow the Society of Jesus and what their teachings were, you have angels and demons running this reality. The Watchers. That's why I wear the Watcher shirt. Watchers in the book of Enoch, there's good ones and bad ones. Obviously, you know which team I work for. I don't wish harm on anybody. I'm not here to try to screw you over or pull the woolly over your eyes or dupe you. I'm not trying to give you anything that you can't handle. Just a tour guide, folks. That's it. And I bring you to the amusement park and I'm like, here's all the rides. Pick what kind of rides you want to get on. Pick one. Or go have fun. And the rides is life. See, I've taken a step back where I don't want to go on the rides anymore. That's why I resonate more with animals than I do humans. I get bored of people. Because people, they love to feed the primal. That's what the main thing is. They love feeding the primal. The primal is the lower chakras. They love it. Dirty laundry, news, mainstream. They like breaking down all this stuff. People are out to get me, screw me over. That's your code, man. Your script, if you've gotten screwed over or if you've gotten taken for a ride, well, that's your script. That's your script. I got my script, you got your script. I don't have it's not like I have a lack of compassion for people who got a shitty script. I do. I love humanity. That's why I constantly be a helper. Service to the world. But why did they get that shitty script? Why did I get my script? Why did you get your script? Think about it. People living in war-torn countries, why did they get that script? Maybe they were a really horrible person in their last life. And now they're paying the price. And that's why I'm saying it's like these are all abstract philosophical ideas, can't be proven, but if what I just said, if there's any merit to that, then the very best thing you can do during this life is be the best little devil you can be. And I just have fun with that, right? I'm not saying that because you're Satan. Some people think that I'm saying this stuff. The best thing you can do, if what I just said has any merit, is be the best person you can be down here. Don't be a ding-dong. Help people. Stop being so selfish. Stop hoarding your stuff. You're not going to die with it. Stop worrying. Start giving your gas and fuel away to the influences on the world stage that need you to survive. Take that energy back and go give it to the world, the people that need it. That's a way to check off the box and level up if there is such a thing that exists. I don't need a book to tell me to be a good person. I don't need an ancient text to tell me to follow a set of guidelines to be a good person. I don't need any of that. We should have the consciousness now to be good people. That's just the way it is. I don't need to put my faith in an idea. I have no idea where it came from. Partaking in a ritual that I have no idea where it originated from. I don't need to put my faith in a character I have no idea is even real. And even if that character never existed, it doesn't give me the excuse to be an asshole. I have a big heart and I don't need to put any faith in a savior. We don't even know where these ideas came from. I mean, if you, I'm gonna end this transmission because it's getting late and my butt's getting a little sore and I want to drink some water. But look, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk decoding, right? The very best thing you can do is decode yourself. Break down your cosmic blueprints, personality types, human design, astrology, both Western and Vedic, your Enneagram, your Mayan astrology, your tarot, your numerology, your consonants in your name, your vowels in your name, your life path, your soul contract. These are the things that are going to take the forefront in the age of Aquarius, pouring out the knowledge. You're either going to take the knowledge or you're going to stay stuck in the indoctrinated stuff that is outdated, that no longer is going to work in the updated operating system coming this way. Choice is yours. The more you decode yourself and the more you decode the people around you, the more you'll have a better understanding of what you're supposed to be doing here. Take care of your temple. Take care of your mind. Take care of your health. So all these layers, level up, level up, level up, level up. Just turn off the static. Just remember, where does your energy go every day? On it, I could take every single one of you, everyone. I could take your life and break it down and dissect it, and I could show you exactly where you're giving your gas away. I can go to your social media pages. I can show you where you're giving your gas away. I can go to your YouTube channel. I can look at your history of your videos. I can see where you're giving your gas away to, where you're giving your energy to. And you're just siphoning it off. A lot of you just give away your energy and you end up giving energy. You give your gas to other people's lives and you make their lives bigger and you just cut yourself short. That's what you do. You love doing it. You're in the habit of doing it. So the very best thing you can do is cut your past out of your life. It has no bearing on your now moment. Get rid of all your childhood crap that you're still holding on to, any victim mentality, anything that bad happened to your kid, get rid of it. You don't need it anymore. A lot of people live through victimhood and like I'm not taking away, like if some of you were abandoned, that's great, but you're still living through abandonment as an adult. You're still living through the eyes of a child. Cut that shit out of your life. Decode yourself. The true essence of who you're supposed to be is right there in the palm of your hands. You can just, I got this course coming out, but man, this is your time to break out and become the very best person you've ever become in your life. Some of you haven't even reached the middle point yet of that. All right. So, John Steele, is the soul contract related to the natal chart? The soul contract is your life path. Your life path. Yeah. Yeah, no one can give you trauma. Folks, I have no tolerance. I just don't anymore. For people that like, oh, I'm this, I'm that. Okay, if you say so. And when people say, that person made me feel this, like what? No one can make you feel anyway. You got to do it to yourself. You're being reactory. All right. Anyway, I don't want to get into too much off topic. I know this was supposed to be Let's Talk Decoding. I should have just did What's Your Question and get rid of the Let's Talk Decoding. But we did a lot of decoding tonight, which was great. You know, I showed you guys a lot about some of the charts I use, how this decoding works. And, I feel pretty good about tonight's transmission. And thanks for everybody who showed up here and shared some space. This was last minute. But I appreciate each and every one of you for showing up here. This shirt is a pentagram. It's not devil. And it represents man, the identity of man. And it's a protecting shield, actually. And you can just make one of those and just do the whole Doctor Strange thing. And you get into the metaphysical aspect of that to protect yourself. So, anyway, I hope you got something out of tonight's transmission or this morning's transmission, wherever you are in the world, in this timeline. You know, I guess, like I said, my parting ways, folks, stop giving your gas to people, man. Stop giving your gas. Turn off your freaking mainstream crap. It's like, you know, you have this horrific event that happened, right? In Texas. And that's not that I'm not having compassion, but if you never knew about it, would your life change? Would it do anything to change your life? No, it wouldn't. And it would be one less person giving that gas. These are all, even though some things really happened, we don't even know if it really happened, but I'm not saying it didn't, but these are all things to suck your life from you. These are all things designed to distract you. Real or not. News is the dirty laundry. And some of you love it. You love your dirty laundry. You let it rule over you. Don't plant a tree because you think the end of the world is coming. Plant a tree because you want to grow fruit or you want to help the environment. That's why you plant a tree. Don't run out and buy a ton of seeds because you think the end of the world is coming. Buy seeds because you want to plant a garden. Because planting a garden is going to help Mother Nature. See, that's living in love. If you become reactory off of the mainstream, you're living in fear. If you turn off the mainstream, what would you do with your life? Are you still going to plant that garden? Are you going to grow food if you turn the mainstream off? Or are you just growing food because you think the end of the world is coming? You see the difference? Being reactory or being someone who's very proficient and conscious in being the neutral path. Just be like, hey, I just want to help the planet out. Go get a green thumb because you want to help Mother Nature, not because you want to give the gas to the mainstream and what they're telling you. It's coming anyway. Whatever their scheme is up to, it's coming. So I'm not saying don't get prepared for something, but get prepared based on helping the world versus living in fear and being a proponent, being a little soldier for the mainstream. Because if you're living off of being reactory, you're actually feeding that. It's funny because people are so against these organizations, trying to point the finger, it's them. And every time they do that, they're giving them gas. Here you go, take my gas. It's okay. You can have it. Here you go. On a silver platter too. I'll even make it gold for you. See, if everybody stopped giving these entities energy, they would have to get it somewhere else. If they're not getting it from you, they're like, hey, I'm not going to get any gas anymore from this person. So just, folks, build your platform based on love and helping the world and service to others. Not based on, well, this is coming and that's coming. And that's what I'm saying. Jason from Archaic said, I don't fear shit. Don't care. If it's in your script to make it, you'll make it. If there's some freaking wipeout nuclear war or something, I don't know. If it's in your script, you will make it. And like Jason said, if you don't live in fear, man, you'll be protected. I think there's truth to that. Some of you live in constant fear. You let the news dictate your life. You watch way too much television or mainstream or news, and some people say, I don't own a TV, but you're on the computer right now. It's the same thing. You turn your phone on and there's a news thing that pops up. Anyway, folks, I hope that helped all of you. I go on these rolls. I go on these tangents, but man, folks, live in love, man. Live in, helping one another. Service to the world. Slightly love. Stay in the neutral position. And realize that the mean boogeyman that's out to get you, that's what it's doing its job. That's what its job is. There's many boogeymans out there. They're called villains. And they have a job to do. Just like the shark, just like the grizzly bear, just like the polar bear, all these predators, the eagle. They all have specific jobs to do. What are you doing with your job? So, anyways. Can I decode soul? Yeah, I have decoded soul. It's 19, tied to the sun. The word soul is 19. So what owns your soul? Well, it's the 19. It's tied to the loop, if you've been paying attention. Maybe indicating you ain't ever getting out of here. I'm totally cool with that, by the way. Why would you get mad? Imagine you ain't getting out of this life, this loop. You're stuck here. You ain't getting out. Some people say, oh, you're in the prison. Imagine you ain't getting out. Like, let's just chalk that up as a fact, hypothetically. Now what? Are you gonna, I'm mad. Are you gonna beat people up? You're gonna start being an asshole now? No, you would adapt. Which just may be the freaking truth. That you never get out of this game. Just get recycled back in. And again, I always ponder these because I'm like, why does Tom Brady get 7 Super Bowl rings? He's married to a supermodel. He's got a family. I'm not saying his life is peachy keen, but look at the code that dude got. Why did he get that? Or maybe he deserved to be in that position. Because in his last life, he leveled up. And he earned his stripes. See, I don't take these things out of the equation. I don't live my life based upon the premise of like, I better do that or I'm going to be screwed here. No, I just naturally inside of me, I feel good helping people. It feels good to me. I feel like I'm doing something that is not only self-gratifying, but it's helping the world out, the consciousness of the world. All right. So anyway, thanks everybody. I've been ranting on and on. I haven't seen WandaVision. No. Right now I've been just really decoding. There's really no shows that I love watching shows and movies. I'm a huge, I just love watching shows and movies. And I know what happens. It's magic, right? But anyways, so that's it, folks. That's a wrap. I appreciate each and every one of you. All of you are amazing. Just stop paying attention to the freaking static. Your life would be so much better. And if you're hearing this, this is me being the tour guide to tell you this. Maybe this is what you needed to hear. It's like, yeah, I do give a lot of my gas away. Wow. But then tomorrow you wake up and like, oh, I got to give my gas away again. Here's my gas. Here you go. Did you hear about what happened in Texas? Oh my God, I can't believe it, Gloria. Wow, all those poor kids. I'm saying, yeah, it's terrible. But folks, there's tons of bombings everywhere all over the world and we don't even know about it. Happens all the time. But every time you engage with your neighbor or your friend or, oh, did you hear what happened? Yeah, you're giving it your gas. It's an energy stealer. Feed the wolf. You can't help but feed the wolf. No, I haven't decoded the movie Soul. All right. So let's end this with what do I want to play? I don't have a lot of songs in my playlist. Let's go a little Cars again. There we go. Let's go with we'll end this transmission with the great band The Cars. Big shout out to the band The Cars. You're all I got tonight. No monetization on my channel. If they want to delete it, that's all good. But anyway, folks, that's all I got for today. My name is Logan for Let's Talk Decoding. Decode your reality. Until next time, folks, we're going to see you later.